Good evening and welcome to the October 14th meeting of the Falmouth Conservation Commission. Before we start, if you have any electronic devices or cell phones, if you wouldn't mind silencing them, we'd appreciate them. If you're here to speak on any application, we just ask that you go to the podium and state your name for the recording secretary. All right, first up tonight is minutes of October 14th.
Mr. Chair, I read the minutes and I found a number of things in need of correction. And I could go through them or pass them in. Mr. Chairman, we might have these transcribed. There was one in particular about replication versus restoration. It was backwards.
And I think there was one other.
And there was an error about the form for the last hearing.
Yes.
We didn't have a quorum for the last hearing,
Correct.
but the minutes don't indicate that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we're going to have those transcribed off the tape, so if the
Okay.
board doesn't mind holding those for a week.
Okay, so we'll just table them then for a week.
Table them for 1 week, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Request a motion.
I only have one correction on that, though, even though,
Okay.
in keeping with the venerable Soviet tradition of someone being out of favor, therefore they become a non-person, I was not listed as absent, rather, I'm not listed at all. I don't know whether there's any significance to that.
Well, we had somebody else here last week, so she wasn't familiar.
If there is, maybe I should run for my life.
Postpone until next week.
So we have a motion by Betsy and a second by Mike to table till next week. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Abstentions, unanimous, so moved. Other business, request for a letter of support for the SNEP grant proposal. Jen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the APCC is here. They are proposing to partner with the Town of Falmouth Conservation Commission, MES, APCC, and Horsley and Witten to put in a proposal to do some stormwater improvements or prioritize the stormwater improvements needed in the town. And Mr. DeWitt is here to explain the
Mr. DeWitt, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Ed DeWitt with the Association of Reserve Cape Cod. Probably easier to have a picture.
Always.
So,
Yeah, we'll pass it out.
So we do have a commitment from the town of Falmouth already on this project, but what I wanted to do tonight is just take a few minutes and explain what we're trying to do and ask for your support. Ms. McKay has already been very supportive in the preparation process. We've been through the first round of the grant selection. We're into the final round of selection. We're competing there's a pot of money of about $900,000. There's $1.2 million in the competition, so there's $300,000 that's going to be cut. We're hoping that our project is not cut. One of the things that this project anticipates is some of the responsibilities of the town when the MS4 permit, the municipal stormwater permit, goes into effect. We're in a transition process now between EPA permits under the MS4. So a lot of what we're proposing to do is going to be a requirement going forward under the MS4 permit. Once that becomes a requirement for the MS4 permit, a lot of these grant sources are no longer available. So this is going after the apple while it's ripe and picked. So we have chosen West Falmouth to North Falmouth because Buzzards Bay is the location for this particular funding round. It's a grant under the Southeast New England program given to the Buzzards Bay National Estuaries program to specifically target Buzzards Bay. So you can see on the map, there are a lot of stormwater discharges in the West and North Falmouth area. There's also a lot of shellfish areas And some of these shellfish areas are conditionally approved or prohibited. And what we're really trying to do is to quantify the different stormwater discharges as opposed to, okay, if that's helpful. Sure. Yes. If that's helpful in terms of nutrients and pathogens and their impact on the waters. We have pathogen problems, we have nutrient problems, and what we're really trying to do is to quantify from the various stormwater sources, come up with a priority list, and actually go to essentially permit preparation for 2 of those sites on a priority basis in terms of moving forward. We're also going to install, as part of this project, and as part of Horsley Witten's contribution in services to this program, to build a rain garden. There's a lot in this in terms of what is being proposed. Keep in mind that not only Falmouth, but the rest of Cape Cod is increasingly relying on shellfish as a water quality improvement tool. Shellfish are really the most valuable as water quality improvement tools if you can harvest them. And you can harvest them in situ and take them out, because that's really when the nitrogen is coming out of the water in terms of that. So if we can do some stormwater improvements to improve the water quality for shellfish, you're going to get more impact in terms of shellfish as a water quality tool. So things start to build on top of each other. You do one thing and the next thing is able to do more, and so on and so forth. And the goal ultimately is for improved water quality, improved shellfishing, and reduce pathogens and nutrients in water. So that's really sort of the project in a nutshell. What we're asking for you is to be engaged, supportive, and also knowledgeable that we're using some of your staff time to sort of review and to help us prioritize which one of these very many, all of the green dots are stormwater discharge points. And what we're really looking at is retrofitting here, and that's the term of art in terms of handling the stormwater discharges, to put retrofits in so that we get some pathogen and nutrient control overall. So that's what the grant proposal is about, and I'm just here tonight to sort of get your support and answer any questions that you might have in terms of what's going forward.
Okay, so you're looking for a letter of support from the commission?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Any questions from the?
It's actually a letter of commitment.
Letter of commitment?
Yes.
Committing you, is that what it is?
No, committing us.
Okay. Don't want any commitment phobes here, you know, in terms of that.
Okay. Any questions?
There is a draft letter that I think you have in your packages.
Yep.
So,
No, I think it's great.
We need a
Russ, I
motion.
have one question.
Sure.
I just had on Crocker Pond off of 28A.
Yes.
There's no green dot there for an outfall pipe. Is there one?
because it just went in, I think the state I was talking to someone over there, and it was just recently gone in. It's one of the areas that we're looking at. These points are based on a project that Buzzards Bay did in coordination with the town, and the source is the town's engineering department. One of the things is that we're going to update and verify the various discharge points and road crossing points and those kinds of things. And each one of these will be evaluated by Horsley Witten using the criteria. One of the things that we'll actually be trying to do is quantify making a retrofit on that particular stormwater site, what the benefit is going to be from a water quality standpoint. Obviously, not all of these will need to be retrofitted, corrected, or whatever. Some of them may be very, very effective in helping shellfish. Some of them are interesting. There's a lot of, in Megansett, in Megansett Harbor, you can see that it's open to shellfish, so we're not seeing the stormwater impact on shellfish, but there's some real sort of long-term notorious stormwater discharge in the Megansett Harbor. By addressing those, do we keep this area open as opposed to getting it to conditionally approved? I mean, those are some of the prioritization discussions that we're going to be having with the town as this project goes through, trying to actually figure out what's the best way to prioritize the retrofits.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mike?
Thank you.
I have a question.
Mary?
Forgive me if I didn't hear something you may have said about this, but for all these discharge points, do you have, or for any of them, do you have discharge data in terms of nitrogen load, that kind of thing?
That's one of the things that we're going to be determining. That's the engineering part of the project, and that's the data that's used to help prioritize. We're going to find out whether there are areas where there'll be some surprises on both ends, where we're not seeing a lot of nutrients or pathogens. And we're concerned about both nutrients and pathogens, because they're both very, very critical in terms of shellfish and shellfishing.
And what's your estimated time frame for getting to the point where you can prioritize?
We're on essentially an 18-month project cycle, assuming we get funding. So you're really looking for 2 years from now. By the time we go through the grant process, the award, the start, and whatever, about 2 years from now.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Courtney?
Do you need a motion?
Yes, I'm going to need a motion. Yes, sir.
I'll move that the commission support this project and its attempt to get a grant, and that we write a letter in support of it to whomever it needs to go to, and that's my motion.
Second.
All set, Susan? All right, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. Any questions or comments from the audience? Okay, hearing none, now I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Abstentions unanimous, so moved.
Thank
Good
you.
luck,
Thanks
Ed.
very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Betsy.
Appreciate your thought.
Okay, request to continue under a determination of applicability. Black Beach Harbor Head Association, care of Stephen Doyle, east end of Little Neck Bars Road, map 24-10-009-005, West Falmouth, Mass, for permission to remove 5-inch and 6-inch dead red cedars, trim back vegetation, 5.5 feet on the north and northeast side of the road, trim back vegetation 4 feet on the north side of the road for 35 feet. Regrade the road end to a new radius of 27.5. Regrade other areas, top dress with gravel as needed. Jen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting a continuance for 5 to 6 weeks. That puts us at December 9th or 16th. Jack, any preference? December 9th, Mr. Chairman.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. You all set, Susan? You got that? Okay. Questions or comments from the commission? Questions or comments from the audience? Okay, hearing none, we'll vote for continuance to the December. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Abstentions unanimous, so moved. Request for determination of applicability. If anyone is here for an RDA, what you want to hear is a negative determination. Means you can go ahead with your project. If it comes back a positive, either more information or it needs to go to the next level. First up is Gilda Shanley, 28 Walkway Landing Road, Walkway, Mass, for permission to pump, fill, and abandon the existing cesspool, install a new Title V sewage disposal system, and to regrade seed and loam. Jen?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. We've reviewed the project and we're recommending a -2 under the state, no, a -2 under the bylaw, a -3 under the state with the resource area boundaries not confirmed.
So moved.
Second.
Questions or comments from the commission? Questions or comments from the audience? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Abstentions unanimous, so moved. Next up is Paul Cap at 7 Thomas Lane, Falmouth, Mass. for permission to pump, fill, and abandon the existing cesspool, remove the existing leach field, install a new Title V sewage disposal system, and regrade seed and loam. Jen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we are proposing or recommending a -2 under the state and the bylaw with the resource area boundaries not confirmed.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Comments or questions from the commission? Comments or questions from the public? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Abstention.
Abstaining.
Oh,
I know the applicant, I'm abstaining.
one abstention. Okay, next up is Joseph O'Brien, 49 Thomas Lane, Falmouth, Mass. for permission to pump, fill, and abandon the existing cesspools, install a new Title V sewage disposal system, restore driveway/parking area with compact gravel and pea stone, and to regrade seed and loam. Jen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we are recommending a -2 under the state and the bylaw with resource area boundaries not confirmed.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Questions, comments from the commission? Questions or comments from the public? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Abstentions, unanimous, so moved. William Kosky, 188 Edgewater Drive East, East Falmouth, Mass. for permission to add a 3-foot by 8-foot overhangs to the front entry and install sonotubes. Jen?
We are recommending a -2 under the bylaw and -3 under the state with the resource area boundaries not confirmed.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so I guess it was Courtney and Maury. So we have a motion and a second. Comments or questions from the commission? Comments or questions from the public? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Abstentions, unanimous, so moved. Colonial Gas, care of Deborah Blanche, 78 Benjamin Nyes Lane, North Falmouth, Mass. for permission to extend the existing gas main service to Benjamin Nye Lane to house at 78 Benjamin Nyes Lane within the unpaved driveway and lawn. Jen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we're recommending a -2 under the bylaw and -3 under the state with the resource area boundaries not confirmed.
So moved.
Second.
I'll go with Maury and Mary on that one.
I just have one question.
Any questions or comments?
I have one. Jen, this is within a vernal pool area. Is there a time frame so that they're not doing it during any sensitive time for the vernal pool? And that erosion measures, I know it says erosion measures shall be taken as needed, but to make sure that they've got, fiber logs or something there to, especially if they're doing it in the winter, there's a lot of
Okay.
runoff with
I'll
frozen
put some
ground.
notes about erosion control and time of year.
Okay, thank you.
Court?
Just a point of clarification. Colonial Gas, does that still exist? I thought it had been swallowed by somebody else.
National Grid.
It's Keyspan, isn't it?
National Grid.
Isn't it?
Colonial Gas doing business as National Grid.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a
Thank you.
sub-country company of, all the same. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Questions or comments from the public? Hearing,
Colonial Gas.
hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Abstentions, unanimous, so moved. Robert and Joanne Fallon, 75 Little Island Road, West Falmouth, Mass. for permission to replace the existing timber deck, replace the chimney, and reface with fieldstone, both in the same footprint. Jen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we are recommending a -2 under the state and the bylaw with the resource area boundaries not confirmed.
So moved.
Second.
Courtney and Mike, any questions or comments from the commission? Maury?
Jen, if I'm not mistaken, this had order of conditions a long time ago, and I think there was supposed to be the removal of the bamboo along Little Island Road. in one of their orders. Maybe you could just check that, because they keep doing more work there, but a lot of the issues in the original orders sometimes don't get done.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
To the right, as you go down.
Yeah, and the
Yeah.
bamboo is really invading the wetland.
Yeah,
It's really thick, too.
yeah.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Questions or comments from the public? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Abstentions, unanimous, so moved. Black Beach Harbor, was this the same one?
Yeah, it's
So we've
gonna
already
continue.
continued this till December. All right, request for a hearing under notice of intent. All hearings of the Falmouth Conservation Commission are held simultaneously under the authorities of the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act and the Falmouth Wetlands Bylaw. Although a single decision of the commission is issued, it represents a separate decision under each authority. And first up, we got Lauren Howard, 25 Jetty Lane, West Falmouth, Mass., for permission to remove the garage and construct a two-car garage, remove an enlarged deck, reconstruct landings, pump and remove cesspools, and upgrade with new Title V sewage disposal system, remove trees, install native tree and shrubs, plantings, and the associated clearing, excavating, grading, and landscaping. Jen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll hold any of my comments until after Jeff's presentation.
Evening, Jeff. Jamie is recusing himself.
Thanks.
Thanks, Jamie.
Hi, good evening. I'm Jeff Ryther with BSS Design. I represent Lauren Howard tonight at 25 Jetty Lane, West Falmouth. So this is an existing 5-bedroom house. Lauren came to us asking us to prepare a plan and file a notice, well, actually file an RDA for the garage work, which is really out of the jurisdiction of the commission. Also expand the back deck. Let me just go over the resource areas. It's we have in the back, this is the Garland lot, if you recall seeing some of those over the years. This is just north of this property. It slopes down to their driveway. There's a flood zone on that, which triggers coastal bank. And we have that first 50, and then the next 50. This is the B buffer, where there's a little bit of work being done in the back of the garage area. The connector from the garage to the house is a new dining room, so there's a small amount of new structure within the B buffer, and an extension of the deck. The deck's going to get narrower but longer. And so those areas of credit and new impervious surfaces are noted in the mitigation calculations. So that comes out to be somewhere in the realm of 288, and we show 300 square feet here of new shrub plantings within the A buffer. We also, to do this septic upgrade, we need to trim some trees down here or cut them down, and we're proposing 3 trees back in the backyard. And I've looked for the best areas that get sun. Those are them. Here we've got new dry wells for the garage. Here we're going to modify the driveway slightly to hook into a 2-car garage. And then there's going to be a new entry as well here. Now, I understand that somebody has concern, I'm not sure which member of the commission, about the septic in the backyard, and I can explain why we went there. So we initially excavated down here to see test hole 1 and 2, and we didn't break through to good soils. We got down a little over 10 feet and started hitting boulders, so we abandoned that spot. That's where the owner wanted to put it if it went in the front. So we went to the backyard. Existing system is in the back, 2 cesspools off this pipe right here. And we did find good soil down at 8 feet, so there's an 8-foot strip out proposed around that leach field. So the access to that would, you take off the garage and then use this route here to redo that, that septic. Also, you know, the plumbing being down a few feet from the first floor in the back, we thought about bringing the plumbing across, and it ends up being about this high when you finally get that piping reworked across the basement. It doesn't start up high, it kind of starts a little bit, say, you know, somewhere about head high when it goes through the cellar wall. So, so we've looked at the alternatives, and you know, the backyard is the way to go. I know it's not 100 feet, but this is a 5-bedroom upgrade. We're not increasing bedrooms, so it's allowed under 10.03 in your regulations. It's the only relaxation of regulation to resource areas, coastal banks. So again, there's a few more minor things, a new front entry, a bay window, a new back door stoop. But mostly it's just little add-ons and updates. So that about does it. I'll take your questions.
Jen?
Jeff, is the AC unit staying where it is?
No?
No, where does it go?
Well, they didn't show me, but we could keep it certainly out. I'd say it would be out over here inside, out of your jurisdiction.
You can do that, you can move the AC unit all the way over to the other side.
Sure.
Ross,
Hmm?
you can do that?
It's a complete
Okay.
Yep.
This area is going to be torn off, so you know,
Okay.
they'll give you decent access at that time.
Okay, and you and I discussed why you needed to put the septic back there before, when you came in. Didn't you come in or
Yeah.
try to come in under
I
an
also
RDA? Yeah.
chatted with Mark about it as
Yeah,
well.
okay.
I did initially file this under an RDA and
Yeah.
it became a positive.
Okay,
You good, Jen?
yeah.
We can always come back.
Mhm.
Mary?
I was the commissioner, so,
That asked about this?
yes.
So did I.
Oh, okay, so there's more than one. And,
And I bet Maury would have asked too.
and I guess you've answered that question that I would have asked about what's the reason for that, and just say it would have been helpful to put it in the narrative. Kind of
Oh,
anticipate and address that.
well, I'm here.
But it's not, you know, it's not. I mean, I would suggest that. And I don't have any other questions.
I have 2 questions.
Okay.
First, so I see where your test pits are, and you said you saw rocks. But there are lots of other areas in the front that were potentially, and I don't see any test pits there. I mean, I live right near here,
Yeah, I know.
and I know what the soils are like. And I know there's some
It is
places that you
special,
can't.
It's, you know, we found it to be pretty good on this lot back, you know, to the, I guess to the northwest. We've got sand within a few feet. So I know it gets worse as you go along. So this wouldn't be an easy location no matter what. You have to also remember you got gas, water, you got lighting, and you got the wire utilities, all spaced across there. And even though these aren't in jurisdiction, this is a nice forest of trees, a lot of cedars and oaks and a driveway. And this is,
But it could go under a driveway.
pardon?
Could go under a driveway.
Yes, it can, but it's not.
And if you took one leg of the driveway off, the other leg would still serve for access to the house.
Correct.
Well, that rolls into my next question.
But again, the plumbing is a major concern. It goes out the back and we're kind of going against the grain.
That's fine.
The other way.
But if you ever put sewers there, the sewers are going to be on the street.
No. In this case, it may have to be pumped. Even here. Because, well, I don't know when the sewers come here.
Well, that was the if. So, but into my next question, which is, in the back, which you're taking down, I don't know how much other vegetation, but you have a 14-inch oak and an 18-inch oak that are beautiful trees in the back,
37 inches altogether.
and a 5-inch pine, which is,
Oh,
I agree that the pine is a little scraggly,
The pine is, yeah, it's being choked by
whatever's behind it there.
a lot of vine as well. Well, I don't know if you saw where the limbs were going on this one, but it hangs right over the roof. So that one should have never been left behind, or else it grew so large over the years. The same goes for this one. This one's got limbs that are hanging over the house. You know, there are a lot of trees on this lot, and no matter where you go, you're going to cut big trees.
Okay, those are my comments.
Mike? Just to the north of the proposed leaching field, you have a pretty good sized boulder.
Yeah.
Do you have enough room between the north edge of the leaching field and the property line to
It's going to come right up to that, the strip out would come right up to that boulder, because it does sit right against the rock wall there, or the stone wall. I'm sure the contractor could, keep that thing, out of the hole.
And you're assuming you're not going to find others. I mean, that
Well, there's
area
going to be
within
boulders.
so
There's going to be plenty.
I guess my answer is if conditions other than you anticipate show up, get back to the commission so we can see what you're doing.
Sure.
And that's my only,
You probably saw the rocks all over the surface.
Yeah.
I expect we're going to hit some,
if you can't find one, if you
5
can't
foot
find a
diameter.
boulder on that property with a backhoe, I'll be surprised.
I mean, is that the problem down here because of boulders?
Yeah.
I'm sure they're going to do it with a good sized
Yeah, it is.
excavator.
Well, that's
Not
just-
because of clay, there's boulders all over.
Well, that is my question, and you're gonna be right on the property line. It's pretty flat. I'm not worried too much about erosion, it can be handled, but I'm just saying, if you're gonna be pushing it out further than you think, get back to me. That's my only comment.
All set, Mike?
I'm done.
Lauren?
Have you been to the Board of Health yet for the variance for the distance?
No variance required by the board on coastal bank. They go by Title 5.
Okay. Second
50
question.
feet, by the way, minimum.
Right, second question. I think Mike had a really germane comment about digging back there. Yes, in your first test pit, you found rocks, unfortunately. But you're proposing to be back there, and if you find rocks, then you're in a very small, tight space. The overhead wires to the western driveway, the west driveway spur, where you're not getting into gas or the water, and the boulders don't seem as bad there, but I understand the gravity issue, that we like septics to just be gravity flow without a pump chamber to make it easier. But I see, there's very little improvement. You're not denitrifying, you're not increasing any removal of phosphorus or anything from that. It's just a Title V for pathogens or anything else. So there's usually when there's a big improvement, you can sort of oversee that it's getting closer to the resource. This is actually moving closer than the cesspool to the resource area, the leach field. So I would like to see you pursue another test pit instead of just the one where it looks like you were actually really close to the cedar trees and the oak and the gas line
The
where the
gas
test pit is. I was surprised that you didn't even try a test pit over in that western driveway. And I personally would, I'm not gonna support this unless you pursue looking for good soils over in that west driveway. I don't think you look hard enough. That's all.
Kristen?
No, I think that the shrub bed, it looks great, the proposed trees there. Yeah, it would be nice if it was, the septic was moved away from the coastal bank. I don't know how much that could be done. It's just, I had a question about that brick walk. It goes underneath the garage. Is that whole thing going to be taken up?
Yes, a
Okay.
little bit.
Yeah, that's it.
And one thing I'd like to mention about the coastal bank, it's not an eroding bank, and it's, it's not, it actually doesn't even face really towards the water.
Until there's a storm.
Pardon?
Until there's a storm.
Right, but this does kind of continue like this, and this is, it's full of the same oak trees that are out here. I don't think this coastal bank will know the difference. If the septic was here or here.
Jeff, I really wouldn't use that as an argument.
Well, I mean, it's not a open clamming hole right here. It's a wooded coastal bank. It's completely different as far as
But
type of
didn't you
resource
just
area.
use the argument that it was a nice forested area in the front, and that way you didn't want to touch it?
I don't. And my client
Same thing
doesn't,
in the
and
back.
that's, he said, I'd put it here, but he doesn't want to tear up his, his front yard to do the project, and
There we go.
Tear up
That
the
was,
driveway.
Now we're getting rid of it.
It also has benefits to hook up in the back here, so.
Not to the
I mean, it's a
resource
very
area.
minor project as far as, what's being proposed on the house. That's why I filed it as an RDA, but it's, I
If
guess,
the septic were in the front, you would have gotten a negative determination for an RDA.
No.
Not with the
good thing.
proposed deck.
What?
Good
Hey,
time.
man.
Good time. Courtney, do you have something?
Since everybody's chiming in on the septic issue, I'll add my 2 cents worth.
Write that down.
And that is, I think you ought to consider relocating in the front yard. I think you're moving it away from the resource area, all of the things that Betsy and pointed out. I realize it's an issue because you're relocating the drains in the basement. And you have to move a gas line and maybe a water line. But those aren't insurmountable, and there's a benefit to the environment by moving this further away from a resource area. And that's what we're trying to do. Again, there's a cumulative effect of these septic systems, even Title V. And so if we can move them further away from the resource areas, so be it. It's a better deal. So, Maury, I'm on base with, so I agree with Maury on it, and I agree with Betsy. So I think that's where you ought to look in much more seriously at that. My second thing is, and this is more of a question for the commission and how we regard things. Now, in this particular application, frankly, it's not an issue, unless you chose to be a real strict constructionist. But the question is, how does the commission currently regard moving closer? And by that, it gets down to definition of structure. And do we consider decks as part of a structure? And therefore, by expanding this living room or the whatever it is, dining room, even though it's only slightly closer, it's still it's within the line of the existing deck rather than the line of the existing building. Again, I don't have a heart attack on this one,
This
but I
isn't a
just want to
resource
know.
Hang on, one at a time.
So I just want to know how the commission regards this. Maybe, you know, it's part, I know we used to go around and around on this back 5 or 6 years ago, and so that's what I need to be brought up to speed on.
Okay,
It's
Betsy, one.
usually the closest point, Mr. Burden, you are correct. It
Betsy.
does appear to be moving closer.
But this is not a resource
But
area
it's-
that's governed by that.
Yeah, so
If you
Courtney,
remember that
Huh?
10.1
Courtney, look at your red.
FWR 10.187E.
We just had this
One.
discussion downstairs.
We just had, yeah, because I talked to you about another one.
Yeah.
It's only
A-
resources that are within, that are listed in 10.185A 1 and 2, which don't include this kind of a coastal bank. It would include an eroding coastal bank, you know, a eroding coastal bank in a velocity zone. It would include a salt marsh. It would include land under ocean, but it doesn't include this kind of a coastal bank.
Yeah, it's A zone.
Yep.
Okay.
But if we get to a project that does, we'll have that discussion again.
Yeah, well, that was more of the point, because it's so far, almost outside of jurisdiction anyway. It's not something that I think should be the source of a heartthrob on the part of the commission, but I'm raising it because it's...
Well, when it is in Zone A, it is a
Yeah.
part,
Okay,
whatever, to the
I
commission.
have no other questions.
You good, Courtney? Okay. Mike, did you have something else?
I'm not quite sure it will fall in our jurisdiction. If this requires a pump, which very well may you get it up front, you're adding electricity costs forever. And that's as much of a, not a cost, but it's an environmental issue. You're using electricity when you don't have to. So somehow you have to balance. I don't know where it comes in and out, but this business of not using gravity when you can, doesn't fit right to me.
So Jeff, let me ask you a question. There's no clear space in that cellar? You could reroute that plumbing around the outside walls of that foundation? Is it because of electrical, or is it because of the existing heating system, or?
There is a problem with the heating and the AC in this area right here. You don't see it, but there's a solid wall right here. Follow me? And so that there is there's a bank of equipment here, heating and AC. So going around that is a problem. So then going straight across, by the time you get there, you know, the stairway comes down the middle of the house to this, towards the front wall. And you're gonna have the pipe, you know, right at the waist height or thereabout. And, 'cause you have to get underneath the beams as well. A lot of old AC duct in there. So, and we did look at this, and this way, I have to look at that again. So, I mean, this isn't, I'm just not throwing it back here. It wasn't the first choice.
Okay. Well, I don't know, I'm hearing, to me, it sounds like you might be asking for a continuance, maybe, to investigate it, Jeff, because that's what I'm kind of hearing right now.
I'm looking at a split board, so,
Yeah.
what do you
I mean, there's
have,
good points all the way around here. I mean, Mike's idea, you know, Mike's questions and everybody else's, so it's,
Yeah, I hate to use a pump on this, but, you know.
Jeff, how long would you need to explore and maybe do another test pit?
Probably 3 weeks.
Would the 18th work
Good.
for you? That's 3 weeks, right? 18th?
November, yeah.
Yeah, they don't meet the 11th because of town meeting, and then the next one wouldn't be until like the 9th of December. So why don't
November
you
18th.
why don't you shoot for the 18th? Okay, thank you, Jeff.
All right, thank you.
Courtney,
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna do another test pit, I would suggest maybe you get a plumbing contractor in there to, you know, look at the thing and see how he could reroute the
Yeah,
drains in the basement, so that you're not falling over them as they go across under and around and under AC ducts and so forth. you know, it's amazing how ingenious people can be when they put their mind to it.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion here for,
I think, Courtney, did you make one?
did you make a motion?
I'll make a motion to continue this hearing until when?
November 8th.
November 18th.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments from the commission? Any other questions or comments from the public? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Abstentions, unanimous, so moved.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right, continued request for a hearing under notice of intent. Alfonso and Marcy O'Neill White, 560 Minot Road, East Falmouth, Mass, for permission to construct a deck addition with stairs to remove approximately 900 square feet of impervious driveway and walkways, decompact the areas, and install native trees and shrub, a stepping stone walking path, to remove invasive plants, selectively treat with herbicides, install native plantings, and the associated clearing, excavating, grading, and landscaping. Jen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll save any of my questions until after the applicant's presentation.
Good evening.
For the record, Sean Riley, Coastal Engineering.
If you do me a favor, just grab the microphone. Thank you.
For the record, Sean. Is this on? For the record, Sean Riley, Coastal Engineering. With me is Barbara Connolly from Gardens by Barbara Connolly. The resource areas within this area are land under ocean, salt marsh, beach. There's a coastal bank that rings the property, and the lot is entirely within land subject to coastal storm flowage. It is a V zone. The site is fully developed with a single-family residence, decks, a hardened driveway, compacted hardening with a stone top, a shed, and lawn area. The proposal before you, the work is mostly within the 0 to 50 to the coastal bank. The proposal is to remove 900 square feet of the existing driveway. In the footprint of that driveway, install 450 square feet of dry-laid pavers and stepping stones and a seating area. To remove the slate walkway and replace that with steppers. To install 450 square feet of native plantings to create a vegetative buffer between the new seating area and stepping stones and the resource areas. To remove the existing stone landing that's on the northwest side of the deck, the western deck, and replace it with stepping stones out to the shed. Remove 130 square feet, 90 square feet of lawn and replace it with 130 square feet of plantings to replace the stone landing and the lawn within this area. And to add a small addition to the existing deck, 90 square feet off of the north side of the house. The overall project has a net reduction of approximately 400 square feet with the removal of the driveway and taking out the stepping stones that they've added in and the minor deck area. With that, I'll open it up to any questions you may have for Barbara for the invasive plant removal or the vegetation management.
Jen?
Yes, sir. When you say there was a net reduction of 400 square feet, you added back in the stepping stones you're putting back, correct?
That's correct.
Yep. Okay. That's it for right now, Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Courtney?
No questions.
Do you want to know
Kristen?
what her-
I'm just curious that there's a 50-foot from the top of the coastal bank, but you don't have a 100-foot buffer, is not in there? I don't-
It's actually off, the 100-foot buffer is off the property and it overlaps itself within this area. So it's off the property
And
and it overlaps itself within this area.
and
So
you
you-
didn't- and there was one other question, you're using a backhoe, it said in there, for the,
For this area where we are decompacting, we'll be using a method called scoop and dump, where we will come in, remove the top of the impervious material, come back in with 6 inches of loam, and then using a backhoe, we raise, we dig 18 inches in, raise it up, and including the new compost, till it back, well, it's not really tilled, but dumped back into the soil.
I just have one more question if we're on the plantings at this point. The herbicides, do you have, which ones are you using?
Probably tricoflor and glyphosate for the invasives in this area.
Now, is
They'll
it-
be hand applied, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I thought glyco, whatever, however you say it, is basically Roundup, right?
Yes.
Which is pretty devastating to people and other things. I mean, I just wonder, is it necessary to use something that is being outlawed in several other countries and is not in the US yet?
I'm sorry. Yes, it's hand applied, it's not sprayed, it's a wiping method so that it's really contained within the plant and the root system.
Yeah, next year maybe it won't, but hopefully the people that are hand applying it won't get non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, which is what is showing to come about with the use of that product. So that's all. I'm done.
Maury?
Kristen. On your legend, you have the height and width, is that its mature
Yes,
height
it
and
is.
width? All right, not what size is your planting?
No, the sizes are the third column, I believe, is it on there? Should be. We're using number, mostly number 3 size plants. The Cercis canadensis is 2 to 2.5 inch. The Juniperus virginiana will be 6 to 7 footers, and only the low bush blueberries are cited at number 1s.
So is this on, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I'm referencing the right plan, because I might have, sometimes we get an amended one.
And there was, if you're seeing those, I think you do have an amended plan. That one that you're looking at is not it.
This is not it.
Nope.
It should say, Moria,
That's it.
receive date of October 21st, 2015.
And the plants are also listed within the text.
October 21st?
Yeah,
Give that to Maureen.
October 21st.
Mike, do you want to give that to Maureen?
Okay, this one still doesn't have the size it was planting. Just its mature size. Just
It
height.
is in the documentation that I submitted with it. Sorry,
just- yeah, I
it's
know.
not on the plan.
It's just nice to have it on the plan, because then when the landscaper, usually the contractor, otherwise they're gonna go out and buy 6 to 10 foot winter berries, and I don't think
I'll
they'll-
make sure of that,
Well, I
actually.
would, yeah.
Yeah.
I would love you to do that. I mean, hopefully they'll make that mistake. And then, I'm really not a big fan, to be honest, but it's just me, the shrubby cinquefoil, the potentilla. It does not always do that well, but that's just, you only have 8 of them, I can live with it. And other than that, you have summer sweet, the plethora, not the hummingbird, I'm pleased with that. And other than that, that's all the questions I had.
Thank you.
Mike?
Going really near the deck now. Just
Footings for the existing deck
Yes, sir.
are just a friction connection. That is in the velocity zone. You're going to be adding to the deck. And then the design storm, the whole thing's going to go away, including the mill. So for me to be comfortable, if you're going to be adding the velocity zone, I'd like to see something that ties that existing deck down to the ground.
Okay.
If you're going to want to put in that additional fee, I don't like the idea of the deck being there in the first place. But if we're going to do anything, we've got to do something to make it better.
We could add Simpson strong ties to the base to hold it to the sonotube.
To the existing deck as well. So
Yeah.
that- At least that unit.
We could supplement
Betsy?
You don't, this actually, Courtney, this is the case that I cited it with Jen, because actually what you have to look at is how close this new deck is moving, how close it is from the nearest sort of controlling resource. And lucky for you, I did it for you, and it's 47 feet from the salt marsh. But I had to bring my scale out to do it, because you don't have the salt marsh, you don't have the 100-foot buffer from the salt marsh, which actually is sort of the most critical buffer that you're dealing with here. But lucky for you, the house corner is 32 feet to the resource, but those things should be on the plan.
Will do.
And that's all I have.
Mary?
Would have asked for that as well, and also the beach zoning,
Okay.
setbacks. I think also should be on the plan. We normally require all of the resource boundaries that are, in the areas.
Especially critical ones.
Especially critical ones like salt marsh. And another thing that I would have liked to see that we're used to seeing is just a summary of what's being, impervious surfaces being removed and added, and so what the mitigation obligations are. There's, I know you referred to that, I'm not questioning, that you owe us something in that category, but it's good, always good to have a summary of that, ideally on the plan or else.
Thank you. I appreciate the input. This is my first time before the commission, and I appreciate the instruction.
Nobody called?
And the last thing is there are some trees being removed, correct?
Yes.
And that, maybe I missed it, but that should certainly be depicted on the plot plan. It doesn't necessarily have to be on your mitigation, your plan for the finished yard, but on,
It's in the A zone, so they'll have to replace it.
but on here. And
Okay.
if they are in the A zone of any of these resources, there's a requirement for a replacement, either tree for tree or caliper inch for caliper inch.
I think with, we may even, from what we're replacing, what we're taking out and what we're replacing with the 6 juniperous virginianas, we may be complying there.
Yeah, you probably are,
You
but
probably
you have to
are.
show us- you have to show us that you are.
I understand.
Yeah, the plan, just for the sake of the record,
Yeah.
does have to show what's being removed.
Okay.
And that's all I have, thank you.
Jamie? This is just a question on Mike's. I'm assuming when he applies for a building permit to put that deck up, that the Simpson strong ties are gonna be required anyway.
Yeah, particularly if that, if the nuisance is being added to the existing,
Yeah.
they're gonna make you, have you,
So I think that'll,
you may have to verify footing, but
What we're going to add on, the deck on I guess it's the west side, has got the same issue. I guess it was okay at the time, but these things are just friction connections. So this whole thing, so if you're going to be adding structure to the velocity zone,
yeah, but if
tying,
they're not touching the other one, they don't have to do anything with it.
well, somebody in the interest
He's
of
just
goodwill
suggesting
could
if
do
you're
it.
doing the work.
I'm not in a position to tell you to do it, but for the position of maybe the owner and other people, probably a good
Now,
idea.
at the time,
Yeah.
as we-
And just the other comment is, I hope everybody recognizes you're rendering the bulkhead useless.
Pretty much. They don't use, it's just an egress. They don't use
Okay,
the
I'm
area,
just,
so, Yep.
you're building something right in front of it.
yep. There is a small space between it, but,
It's up to the applicant,
yep.
it's just a little odd.
okay, anything else?
Are we going to ask for continuance to get all of this
so.
information
This is
on?
a lot of-
That's a lot of information. Only because
You
we
want us
have
to
been.
go over it again?
No, you want the trees depicted, and just running out of time to get this in this fall.
Yeah, actually, most of these things apply to this fall too. The need to put in
The salt marsh line
the salt marsh
definitely
lines,
has to be
beach
there.
lines, and the trees being removed. Those are the things that should go on this plan.
And the closest point from the house to the most critical resource, showing that what you're putting on is further than that.
From the beach.
Is there a chance we could get this condition that we provide you with that amended plan? I don't think it's going to change the decision at all. Just given the time that we're up against for the planting season.
You're not actually planning on planting right now, are you?
Yeah,
More? Yeah, that's my thoughts exactly. Are you sure that this is a good time for you to be planting right now?
I mean, it's gonna be another
It's
2 weeks
late.
before we're gonna,
Yeah, I
order
mean,
isn't
we're,
gonna
we're,
be
the
another
order's not
month.
gonna come out until, and just, you're getting
and
just
then
to
you have
be
an
a bit
appeal
late.
period. You know, you're already into almost the end of, the beginning of December. Because it's 10, even after you get your order, you have to wait 10 days for the appeal period.
Yep. And I'll probably have to wait till this weekend.
18th, yeah, the order is probably not gonna be issued until the 18th, and then you're looking at the 1st of December. I don't think you're gonna be able
No,
to
I
get
don't
that
want to plant
plants.
after the 1st of December.
Yeah.
It takes that long.
Yeah. I mean, could possibly get the order. No, we're looking at probably worst case scenario, the 18th. It's fine if you want to condition the plan to get it, that's fine with me.
There are a lot of,
The table on the reduction of the square footage, Zone A from the salt marsh, Zone A and B from the coastal beach,
trees
tree
to be
removal,
versus trees that get added.
yep, versus added. And, Mike, did you want to see schematic or some sort of language on the decking? Or are you fine with just saying that it really should be tied down?
I'd rather have the engineer tell me what he's gonna do from me to just what he's gonna do. He probably
Okay.
has a better idea.
And an engineer, like a structural thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're comfortable with that, Jen?
Well, not with the structural engineering aspect of it, no. I mean, the lines, that'd be fine, but it's really up
But
to
I
the
think as
board.
long as we have it on, in the minutes, that he'll provide us with something.
Well, Eladio's gonna tie it down.
Correct.
I put a deck on a few years ago, and I told the person who did it that my house might blow away, but at least I'll have a tent platform after a hurricane.
Yeah, he's not gonna let that just slip away.
It's up to the board.
So,
That's covered.
what's your pleasure?
All right.
What would you like to do then?
I'm gonna make a motion to close the hearing and take it under advisement.
Second.
Okay, I got
I'd suggest you start working on that plan immediately and get it to my office
Betsy
as soon
and
as you
Jamie.
possibly can.
Okay. Got Betsy and Jamie on a motion. Any other
Want
questions
some?
or comments? Gordon?
Yeah, can we specify that the revised plan with the things that we want has to be submitted to this office no later than next Wednesday?
We can do
Does that
that.
give us enough time to look at?
Yes.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
can be part of the motion.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
And since you're gonna be doing everything, you can also put the size of the plants you're
Because if-
proposing to plant.
We've got to have a chance to look at it before we
Vote.
deliberate.
Right.
That's fine.
Right. Before we deliberate, I see what,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, absolutely.
good idea.
Okay, so
Okay.
can we incorporate that without having to redo the motion?
Yeah.
Susan's got
You
that.
can make that happen? Okay,
Absolutely.
all right, great. All right, you all set with that, Susan?
Yep.
Okay. So no other questions or comments from the commission? All right, questions or comments from the public? Okay, hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Abstentions, unanimous, so moved.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Maybe we'll see you again soon.
Well, it's a learning process.
No, it was not.
Okay, next we have Peter and Louise Donovan, 41 Hamlin Point Road, Wacoit, Mass., for permission to raise and reconstruct an existing deck, install a new deck with stairs, covered porch, construct a deck with spa, rinse station, remove 3 trees, add gravel parking space, install native mitigation plantings, dry wells, and associated clearing, excavating, grading, and landscaping. Jen?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to recuse myself from this hearing.
Got that, Susan? Mary's gonna recuse herself.
Look at this.
Okay, Jen.
Nope, not open. We're all on
I
it.
don't
And I
know.
hope the size of the file doesn't mean how long it will be.
Mr. Chairman?
This started
Mr.
on,
Chairman? Did you ask for comments at the last hearing?
no,
Pardon me?
Did you ask for any public comment at the last one?
Not open, not open, not open.
we never did.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
did?
specifically put not open.
No, shh. The one we just closed, did you
Yes.
ask? Oh, you did?
Yeah,
Okay.
oh yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, because Mike Porcelli was gonna say something, he decided not to.
okay,
I looked right at him.
okay.
We're not gonna ask for those, we're not getting those.
Is it a threatening look?
Yes, yes, it was.
That kept him from opening his mouth?
All right, where did mine go?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Michael Borselli from Falmouth Engineering, and I represent the applicant. I'm joined here tonight by Amy Wilson of Duplex Design and Kevin Fowler of Ahmet Law Firm. Together we represent the applicant. We have filed a notice of intent for permission to do some improvements on the property that Mr. Donovan acquired in the not-too-distant past. The property is located at 41 Hamlin Point Road. It's a peninsula of land that, curiously enough, has frontage on Hamlin's Pond. It has bounded at the seaward side of the property a salt marsh. It also has a very narrow bordering vegetated wetland fringe. And as you work your way into the upland areas, there's a non-eroding coastal bank. There's also an area of critical environmental concern on this property. It's defined by a specific contour boundary, and it's shown on this plan in red. It should be shown on your plan in red as well. The property's at the very terminal end of Hamlin Point Road. It's a cul-de-sac, T-turnaround road, then has a driveway that leads to a home that was constructed in the early to mid-1990s. A single-family dwelling, attached garage, teardrop-shaped driveway. If you went to the site, you understand why this turnaround is necessary. It's a little tight quarters in here. There's actually salt marsh and coastal bank on the north side of the property as well. The majority of the buffer to the salt marsh is woodland. There has been some alteration of the buffer between the house and the top of the coastal bank. The edges of clearing are shown on the existing conditions plan, which is sheet 1 of 2 in your plan set, and then there's a sheet 2 which shows proposed improvements. We also submitted 2 exhibits that we filed. There are 11 by 17 plans that we typically submit that shade the impervious surfaces, both pre and post proposed development, and we tried to itemize and do an inventory of the impervious surfaces in the A and B zones. The A and B zones to the various wetland resources in question are also shown on the plan. This property does have a history, and there's a file on it in your offices. There was previous orders of conditions issued. There were previous certificates of compliances issued. There was a little bit of history with it, and there were some matters that needed to be sorted out with your staff. We met with Jen on a few occasions to try to work out these details. I think we did, which is the reason that we continued it so many times. So the proposed project is a fairly typical redevelopment project, and it was designed to follow your regulations at FWR 10.18. The main elements of the improvements are that the new owner, well, the recently new owner, he's owned it, I think, for 6 months to a year, I don't remember exactly. He's lived with it for a while. The existing timber deck is really not very usable or efficient. In fact, it's in some ways not really safe, because it's, if you walked around there, you would see that it's actually on multiple levels, but each level really isn't big enough to function as you might want to use a deck. So he has hired an architect to design a new deck layout that changes the configuration and puts it all on one level. He's also asking permission to add some other elements to that, one being a spa over here. He's currently doing interior renovations all inside the house to change around the configuration of the floor layout, so the new deck configuration and improvements outside will work better with the new interior floor plan. So I just said that we believe we designed this to meet the performance standards and the regulations for redevelopment at FWR 10.18, we did that by first doing an analysis of the existing structure and making a determination where the closest point of the existing primary structure is, and we believe that the closest point of the existing primary structure is the deck, the existing deck corner to the top of the coastal bank, which is 16 feet in this position. So we use that as sort of the guideline for how we might configure this or change the deck and not go closer. And as you might expect, we tried to take advantage of that and build it so that it's different configuration, different shape, but never closer than that closest point of 16 feet. It's actually 16 feet over here, and it's 17 feet over here. So all of the improvements that we're proposing are in a previously disturbed resource area buffer. We retain the services of Blue Flex Design to come up with a planting plan, a mitigation plan, and all the details associated with that are on the Blue Flex Design plan. The summary of the impervious surfaces, or how we got to them, are shown here on a table on this plan, as well as those 11 by 17 exhibit plans that I made reference to. We discovered also in our meetings with Jen, when we looked at some of the old plans, that the original driveway layout that was designed had no parking stall here. It appeared at some point in history after our client acquired the property. So this space was not originally mitigated for, or at that time there weren't even rules about mitigation for those types of things. But in our mitigation calculations, we did two things. We didn't take credit for it as an existing impervious surface because it was not done with permission. So we added it to our calculations as though it were newly introduced impervious surface, and included it in our tabulation of impervious surfaces when we applied the 3-to-1 factor that we're required to apply. So that's all spelled out, and I'm hoping that it's clear in those 11x7 plans. You'll notice that it's not, on the existing one, it's not shaded because it wasn't originally approved. And the math has all been worked out on the table. There's one other thing we're proposing to do. There's 3 trees that are virtually on the edge of the driveway. One's 14-inch, one's 10-inch, and one's 12-inch oaks. This whole side of the driveway is fairly wooded, I would say, down into the coastal bank. We're hoping that you can approve removal of these 3 trees because they become sort of an issue with the visitors to the property. You might have seen scars on the trees. The people have hit them with their vehicles. I know you might say, well, learn how to drive, but I'm just telling you that at night they're difficult to see. Backing out, it's sort of a difficult driveway to maneuver, so people have hit them. So we're hoping that you'll allow us to remove them because we are mitigating for them, as is outlined on the Blue Flex plan. The limit of works on the plan, we're proposing dry wells for the spa. If the spa has to be drawn down, or there's a rinse station proposed adjacent to the existing garage. So that's the proposed improvements to the site. I'm here to answer questions, and I'm going to turn it over to Amy Wilson to go through her plan and the proposed mitigation.
Good evening. My name is Amy Wolfson, and I am with Blue Flex Design. So I know you have a lot of plans in front of you, and the one I'm talking about right now is the Blue Flex plan, the restoration planting plan dated October 19th. So just to make sure we're all looking at the same one. So I'm going to first talk about some existing conditions that Mike referred to. So in addition to the existing house and deck on the property, there is a large vegetated area on the seaward side of the property with a very healthy canopy layer of trees. Majority of these trees are healthy oak trees. And the vegetated area extends from a salt marsh into a bordering vegetated wetland and a coastal bank. And then that entire area is part of an area of critical environmental concern. In addition to those vegetated areas and that line of existing vegetation is shown on the plan, there are also sort of random clusters of shrubs that exist on the plan, and they're also labeled what's planted there. So these existing clusters, they're planted with bayberry, clethra, inkberry, and oak leaf hydrangea. And in between these clusters of shrubs and the coastal bank area, there are these open mulch areas. If you went to the site, you probably noticed them, where nothing is growing. There's a canopy layer, but there's no ground cover or shrub layer in these areas. And over here I have some larger photos. So here are some clusters of shrubs, and this is that vegetated area with that line. Here's just an open mulch area. So this plan that I'm talking about proposes 3 changes to the site, which would be huge improvements to the site. And these changes will increase biodiversity, decrease runoff on the site, and improve the overall wildlife habitat value in that vegetated area, and increase. So the three changes are, one, we're proposing to restore areas that were previously cut back in the 90s. So there was some unpermitted cutting back in the 90s, and this plan proposes to restore these areas. So on the planting plan, in areas that aren't shaded in yellow, but where we're proposing shrubs, we're proposing those as restoration. And we're proposing 90 shrubs in these areas. These areas are outside of a limit of work that was established or approved in 1998. And the shrubs we're proposing are highbush blueberry, clethra, inkberry holly, bayberry, and arrowwood viburnum. So in those mulch areas that I showed you before, those areas would now be planted with shrubs. The second improvement to the site is the mitigation for the 1,263 square feet of proposed construction that Mike spoke about. And that is shaded in yellow. So we're proposing a total of 3,798 square feet of mitigation, and that would be planted with 229 native shrubs, including bayberry, arrowwood viburnum, summer sweet clethra, inkberry holly, shrubby cinquefoil, sweet fern, and lowbush blueberry. Also, there's an existing patch of creeping juniper, and we're proposing to remove that and replace that entire area with 19 shrubs, which would be, and this is not counted as mitigation, and that would be replaced with inkberry, lowbush blueberry, and sweet fern. And the cluster of shrubs that, the existing cluster of shrubs, that's oak leaf hydrangea, would be replaced with arrowwood viburnum. The last improvement to the site would be removing those 3 oak trees, which unfortunately have been hit by snowplows and drivers who aren't as skilled as they maybe should be. So we're proposing to remove those trees and replace them, not caliper inch for caliper inch, because this is already a well-canopied site, but replace them with 3 understory pagoda dogwood trees and 9 inkberry holly shrubs. So we'd be replacing the biomass of the trees, not the canopy of the tree. So we really believe that this project is a real benefit to the site with the immense number of plantings that would be added, and also really keeping the activity on the site, on the deck, and in the grassy areas, and not near the resource area. So the dense planting of shrubs would really prohibit people from walking around in those areas. And I believe that takes care of all of the elements on the planting plan. So if you have any questions.
Jen?
Okay, yes, a few facts that I think the commission shall be aware of that was detailed out in the submittal from an Almond's office is, 1, on your plan, there's an orange line with circles in it. That is the limit of work that was established in 1998. The original limit of work for the house was approximately where that stone wall is. Okay, so let's go with that. So you focus in on the stone wall, focus in on the orange thing. Mike's presentation detailed out how they felt that the closest point was 16 feet, because that's where the existing deck is, but that is not where the permitted deck was. The permitted deck was not in that location. So the existing deck is a bit larger and moves closer to the resource area than the existing deck. So that's something the commission needs to be aware of. between when the house was built, and I think it was like 93 and 94, in 1998, an order of conditions was issued for a pool. Betsy, listen, for a pool between the existing house and, or approved house and deck and that orange limit of work. Okay? That area is now clear. That order of conditions was issued for a pool. That limit of work was approved. But the OOC was never recorded. So that area was cleared in violation. That order of conditions was not recorded. They cannot go forward with the project until the order of conditions is recorded. So, a couple of things the commission needs to determine is, one, whether or not you want to go with the 16-foot of the existing deck, or if you want to go with the distance from the permitted deck. I cannot say conclusively whether this deck was there when compliance was issued in 1998. And the applicant's representatives can't conclusively say it was. So that's something the board's going to have to make a determination on. Second, although the order of conditions for the pool was never recorded, it was issued. This area was cleared. So another thing the board needs to consider is whether or not you are going to allow mitigation plantings to be put in this area that was cleared for the new project, even though this area was technically cleared without a valid permit.
So you're saying already should have had vegetation in it?
Yes, because the order of conditions was never recorded.
So they did the work without recording the order,
They,
started the work.
we have no idea if this is a beginning of the pool work or not. And they are mitigating for the driveway that appeared. That was good. I've spent a couple of different meetings with the applicant's representatives trying to just get the facts of this property clear. And if I have gotten something confused, please let me know. But I think I'm okay. So I think those are the issues that the board needs to weigh in on or discuss. So, and I think, Amy, you are correct. You are restoring the area between the orange limit of work
Yes.
and the existing cleared area, because the property was cleared even beyond that orange limit of work.
I don't know
Right?
if you want to speak to that, but I think that we all came to the conclusion that
No, your mitigation is the yellow, so that's the inside, and then
Yeah.
the restoration was, you're just restoring the other part, but that's not part of your calculations for the yellow.
correct.
Yeah, no, yeah. Okay, if I got any of the facts wrong, please, I think I got them right.
Do you want a second, Kevin?
If I may.
Sure.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Kevin Clower, and I'm an attorney with Ament Law Firm here in Falmouth. As Jen mentioned, I set forth a rather detailed and exhibited letter to you last week, and I think Jen hit most of the high points, but I think there may have been some confusion over one item, and I want to set forth our argument on the other. The first item is the deck, and as to whether or not the deck that exists today with the current 16-foot setback versus the 22-foot setback shown on the original 1994 plan. The deck that exists today, as far as we can tell, is the deck that existed at the time the certificate of compliance was issued in 1995. We have been provided some photographs by the owner of the property that were handed down from owner to owner to owner from what is purportedly the completion of construction. The deck as it's laid out in that photograph, which is the very last page of that letter, is exactly the same deck setup as exists today. In addition, the 1997 notice of intent that was denied, as well as the 1998 notice of intent, which was in fact approved, make no mention of revisions to the deck, make no mention of changes to the deck from what existed. So, Our position has been that that deck that is there today is the same deck that existed at the same time, at the time the certificate of compliance was issued. One item Jen had brought up that I'd like to try to clarify is the area where the pool was permitted. From what we can read and what we can tell from the plans that were submitted and the notice of intent and the orders of condition, that area was already cleared. I do not believe that there was any active work that was undertaken pursuant to the unrecorded order of conditions. There had, in fact, been clearing after the certificate of compliance was issued in 1995 and prior to the submission of the notice of intent in 1997. That was a new owner had filed a notice of intent. And that went beyond where the existing limit of work is. And the limit of work that was then set was closer than what was existing after the illegal cutting, but much further out than had been originally permitted in the 1994 order. I do not believe, based on the notice of intent or the orders of conditions, that that area where the pool was supposed to be constructed was in fact cleared. I believe that had already been cleared prior to the submission of the two new notices of intent in 1997 and 1998.
So, Kevin, just to clarify, and we had multiple discussions on this, you're saying the area between the stone wall and the edge of clearing that's shown where Amy's showing restoration plans was cleared prior to the issuance of the order of conditions for the pool?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think that's established largely in the denied notice of intent. Finding number 4 showed that there had in fact been a substantial amount of clearing.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, that's quite right.
We'll start down here on the right with Jamie.
So are we going with that area would need to be mitigated?
Hey, guys. Those are all the
That's what
arrows.
Jen's talking about.
What was that?
Are we therefore going to require that area to be mitigated?
That's up to you. So the area was cleared. The area was cleared. They then got an order of conditions for a pool. That wasn't recorded. They never went forward with the pool. So this board has to determine whether or not you're going to allow that area to be used for mitigation for the expansion of the deck, or if you want to have it mitigated back to where it was at the beginning. That's really up to you. I mean, they could have put the pool in. They got the order of conditions. The pool could have gone in. So.
But it wasn't recorded.
It wasn't recorded. But the clearing was done.
Well, Mr. Matthews, if I may, it seems that the clearing had been done prior to the submission for the NOI,
Bless you.
which is, I think it's clearly established that there had been illegal clearing in between, sometime between 1995 and 1997. But when the board issued the new notice of intent, the board issued the new order of conditions, there was no clearing done in reliance of that order of conditions. There was no illegal clearing done after the issuance of that order of conditions.
Existing illegal clearing.
I know how it sounds, but yes, but the board acknowledged the fact that the clearing had been done and established a new limit of work, which was beyond where they had originally permitted, but closer than what had been illegally cut. So there was no illegal cutting done pursuant to the unrecorded order.
Yes, it was done between the house, the
And-
certificate of compliance, and the
new.
pool.
So,
It's, yeah, because it's detailed out in the thing, and that's a fact I got incorrect, so I apologize. But, so the cutting was done, and now the area is just what it is. Had they recorded the order and gone forward with the pool, the area would have a pool. The thing to know is they were first denied a pool, and then they were approved for a pool in this area. So there was a denial, then an approval. One of the things we first talked about when I was meeting with the applicant's representative is would this area be allowed to be used for mitigation for the proposed deck expansion and spa. And that's what you guys, need to deliberate and discuss. Okay, I think that the plan is an overall improvement to what's out there.
Absolutely.
But should the area be returned to its natural state because it was illegally cleared and then they never acted on an order that was issued to put the pool, that's going to be a decision for this board. Okay?
Betsy?
Okay, I'm going to switch topics for a second, and then I'm going to come back to this topic.
You're going to trees, aren't you?
I'm going to go to the trees.
Yeah, I figured
and
as
I'm gonna
much.
go to the whole
Told
point
you
of
about the trees.
These trees are in the A buffer. We all have, my road is a narrow dirt road, and occasionally people nick a tree with a plow, but the trees are perfectly healthy. And so I'll just say that I will argue when we get to deliberation about keeping those trees. Now I'm gonna return to this part, and I'm not gonna say anything one way or the other. I'm just gonna give you a little history of the development. Mike's gonna remember this because he was in on the discussions of when we worked on 1018, the buffer regulations. And that was, sort of simply stated, the goal was that in the A buffer, we would really like the A buffer all over town to be vegetated. And, this is not a unique lot. We know there are other lots that have large A buffers. And the idea of the A buffer and the 3-to-1 mitigation was that if you could only expand in the A buffer so that your mitigation for that fit within the A buffer. And so we have to decide whether this expansion, whether we consider this area here that was cleared should really still have vegetation, and whether this deck could exist. But I'm not saying I do or don't. But that's the history of expansion within the A buffer. We it was a compromise. We allowed some expansion, but all mitigation in the A buffer had to fit within the A buffer, and it had to be a 3-to-1 mitigation.
And I think to that point, Ms. Gladfelter, that we are mitigating and planting quite a bit within the A zone, A buffer, and I think that the project, as designed, is a vast improvement over what currently exists at the property.
Right, and that's something that we'll discuss. I'm not arguing
I understand.
that, and that's all I have to say, right now.
Courtney? Courtney?
Yeah, the order of conditions that was never recorded but was approved, isn't it sort of academic at this point? I mean, they never acted on the order, whether it was recorded or not. So, it starts all over. So whatever, and perhaps the regulations have changed. And so, under our new current regulations, would this pool be allowed? That's one question I'm asking.
No. That's the answer.
The other issue is that I see in looking at one of these plans that has an overlay, regardless of whether the existing deck was the configuration of what was actually approved way back when, or not, there's still sections of that deck that are moving closer to the resource area. And of course, obviously, the pool area with deck, that's also moving closer to the resource area, since this resource area is all the way around this point. And it boxes you in a little bit. So, I'm having some concerns about that. The other thing is, I have to agree with Betsy, you know, these are mature trees, and I think it's incumbent on the homeowner to figure out a way to protect them so they don't get beaten up by plows or hit by people who can't back up or go forward.
Mike, I think you might have to put some shots on the plan from the existing deck to the salt marsh and the proposed deck to the salt marsh. Do you not have those? I don't see them on your plan.
You mean setbacks?
Yeah. Setbacks from the existing deck to the salt marsh and setbacks from the proposed deck to the salt marsh so that it can, you know, be confirmed that you're not moving any closer to the resource area with the decks.
I could do that, but I was measuring to the coastal bank because that's the closest resource, and I thought.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
any resource.
the Abe resource to
Move any
the
closer
salt
to
marsh.
any resource, and
Okay,
then,
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I never thought
So I
of it
think,
that way.
you know, you need to just confirm that for the board that you're not moving closer, and if you are, maybe adjust that back a foot or two. Because I think you're close.
All right, Courtney, you all set?
Yeah, I had my grumpage. I'm done.
So you're saying reset, Courtney.
What's
Mr. Robbins?
You're saying that the pool thing is irrelevant in your mind.
You know, if the order of conditions is expired, you know, too bad, they lost the opportunity.
Okay.
So now the question is,
Well, see, that comes to the question is now,
can this be permitted under our current regulations?
do you allow the mitigation to be used in the area that was illegally cleared between the time the certificate of compliance was issued and the pool was approved? Or do you just make that whole area be restored and then they cannot use it for mitigation, and then they have to find another way to put mitigation on the property for the increase in impervious surface that they'd like to do? That's the question.
I'd just like to speak to what Jen just brought up.
That was you, Kevin. Did you want to say something, Kevin?
I'm going to as well, but I'll let you.
Okay.
So, so with respect to the issue with, like, should we be allowed to use an area that was illegally cut as mitigation? I think we shouldn't be allowed to use an area that was illegally cut as mitigation. And this plan is not proposing that. So looking back through the documentation that I believe you also have, it was clear to us that the area that we're proposing to restore is the area that was illegally cut. So we wouldn't propose, we're not trying to propose mitigation in an area that should be restored no matter what.
Well, I think, Amy, what Mr. Byrd is saying is that you're saying that the area between the orange limit of work and the edge of vegetation was the area that was illegally cut.
Yes.
You're also, Kevin's saying, is the area between the original limit of work and the orange limit of work was cleared without a permit before the permit was issued for the pool. So, in fact, that area
was illegal.
technically was illegally cut, but then they came back and got the order of conditions for the pool. That's what the board needs to grapple with.
So,
Did you say,
Kevin, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So I'm going to address Mr. Byrd's point, and I think in doing so might address part of what Jen is saying here. While I agree that in order of conditions, once expired, the work cannot be conducted, I don't think it changes the findings or the decisions the board has made. So we're not proposing to build the pool that had been allowed, but, and as I set forth in the letter, we are not, there was no violation of the order because no active work was taken pursuant to that order. There was, however, passive work taken because the passive work involved letting the area beyond what the newly established limit of work was to grow back and the establishment of that new limit. So that limit of work which exists on the ground today is the limit of work that was allowed by the 1998 order and is the limit of work that we're proposing to use moving forward. So while the area between the 1994 limit of work and the 1998 limit of work was illegally cut during that time, the board's decisions and findings established that it was no longer an illegal cut. We're not proposing to do the work proposed under that order, but we are asking that you respect the decision that had been made by the board, by the commission at that time.
Oh, I don't think that they made the determination it wasn't illegally caught, because they did make the determination it was illegally caught. They just allowed a pool to be put in that area. Just to clarify, because I can go back through the order, see what I'm saying? So it wasn't that they made the finding that, oh, it wasn't done in violation. They just said, oh, it was done, and now they want to propose a pool, and we're okay with that.
But I would say by that finding, that becomes now, for lack of a better term, a grandfathered area.
Go ahead.
What?
Yeah, you're causing me a little heartthrob here on your grandfathered thing.
Yeah, I'm
We
not
could go
buying
back
it.
over a whole lot of orders of conditions that were issued, orders of conditions that were issued and not acted on, and so on. We now have an applicant who's coming in front of us, wants to do certain work. It falls under our current regulations, not under 1995 or 1998 or whatever. Regardless of what the board did in 1993, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, or 2005, or whatever, there's two things that need to be done here. One is that the current owner needs to do penance, so to speak, and restore the areas that were not properly or not permitted to be cut. And then the other thing that needs to be done is that proper mitigation for whatever work is finally approved here needs to be installed. So there's a double-pronged operation. So that's where I see this going. That's not to say that this work can't be approved. I'm not saying that at all. I'm only saying that you've got mitigation you've got restoration for work, for clearance of clearing that wasn't done or was done without a permit, and you've got mitigation 3-to-1 for whatever expansions you ultimately you ask for and we permit. And again, as far as the taking down trees along that driveway in an A zone, I'm with Betsy, that you just need to have a little driver education for your visitors, the homeowner, and the plow guy.
I think it's the plow guy.
It's maybe the plow guy that worked at the yeah, right, down by
Walmart.
Walmart. Must have been the same
Don't
plow guy.
hire the Walmart plow guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, I mean, I'm not, quite honestly, as far as the area that's cleared around where you're proposing to do the pool, which I guess is the current heartthrob.
They're not proposing to do a pool.
But I mean, around that area.
Yeah.
You know, I think that all gets wrapped up into the restoration work.
Okay, Courtney, the restoration work. Yellow is mitigation, gray back here is restoration. Okay, mitigation in yellow is in that area where the pool is, and that the yellow is for the mitigation for the deck expansion. Get it? And now Amy said between the orange line and the red line, or the edge of clearing, is they're going to propose to restore that, because that was cleared beyond that limit of work. So you understand?
Yeah, and so my only question is, we're doing mitigation, is that
was
an
the-
area
that was
in
the
fact properly should be considered restoration?
So
That is a question
I'm
for
going
the
to address
board.
that right now. So you all have in your packet the 1998 plan that was approved, and I have it in 11 by 17. I think it will help if you look at that with
Yeah.
me. So
Which appendix?
what was that?
Which exhibit?
Which, do you know which?
I can tell you in 1 second which exhibit that is.
Okay. It's in here. It's in here.
That is Exhibit L. So it's the second to last thing in
Next to N.
Next to
the,
M.
generally.
So,
In your packet too?
Right, I think it's
so I'll wait till you have that so we can look at it
right
together.
there, at the very end, Mike, before the picture, see the last picture? You got it right there.
Okay. There you go, thank you.
Where the pool was, which was in the area that was cleared illegally between the certificate of compliance and the pool.
By the picture.
Yes, well, I'm just clarifying that for you.
Back to my point of
By the
doing
picture.
restoration.
Okay,
Or
so if we take just a couple steps back from where we were a minute ago, and if you look at the section on the left side of the page, so you have to just turn the 11 by 17, so it looks like this. So you have the section. The section shows that there was an uncleared area, then an area that says cleared vegetation allowed to reestablish. In that previous order of conditions, instead of replanting like ours does, they said just let it regrow. We're counting that as fixing what the illegal stuff you did before. And then there's an area that says new indigenous vegetation. So that was not an area that was illegally cut. That is an area that pool plan was proposing for new native shrubs, not an area that was illegally cut. So,
Well, you're talking about the hatched area? Amy, I'm sorry.
yes, no. So the hatched area,
No, you, back to where you said not illegally cut.
so the hatched area, just so we can look at the same thing, the hatched area in the overhead plan view is that area that behind the limit of work that is shown on on our plan as well in orange, where they were going to restore by just letting it grow back. That was the area that was illegally cut. So
No, between the limit of work and the pool.
that hatched area, between the limit of work and the pool, exactly. I mean, between the limit of work and the vegetated area.
Yeah. And you're saying the area between the original limit of work and the orange limit of work where the pool is,
Is mitigation. Was
Not-
mitigation for the new pool, not restoration for the cutting. And the reason I think that is that when I look at the section at the top of the page, or on the left side, shows cleared vegetation allowed to reestablish, that hatched area on plan view, and then a blank area that says new indigenous vegetation. And that's the area where they were proposing all of those shrubs.
they were proposing all those shrubs because they were putting the pool in, and they were also proposing the shrubs for the area that they had cleared between their certificate of compliance and the issuance of the order of conditions for the pool, correct?
So I think that's where our disagreement lies.
What disagreement
We believe
is that?
those shrubs were mitigation for the pool and gazebo and things like that, not restoration for that cutting.
But the original order of conditions prior to the one that was issued in 98 says the area beyond the limit of work is to remain in its natural state. And the original limit of work, and I'm not trying to be difficult, I'm just trying to get them to understand what's going on. The original limit of work was in or around where that stone wall is. Between the stone wall and 1998, when they issued an order of conditions for a pool, that area was cleared. That was clearly spelled out in the denial for the pool, and it's clearly spelled out in the order of conditions of the pool. Subsequent, or after they cleared it, and they all knew it was cleared illegally, let's just call it what it is, they obtained an order of conditions for a pool that had a restoration or mitigation, or whatever you want to call component to it, that had that area of new indigenous vegetation next to the swimming pool. Correct? Spin it however way you want it, but that's what happens.
Something, Mr. Chairman?
So,
Yes, Mike, go ahead.
I just want to,
Courtney, wait.
Hang on, Court.
just a slight different perspective. I think we're maybe talking a little semantics about restoration mitigation. And
Yeah.
I know maybe not when you're talking about the regs, but The end result, I think, is a win for everyone if the project were to be approved, because you're going to get plants, whether you want to call them restoration or mitigation. In effect, we're going to come very close. We're going to do our best to get the A zone back planted. Wouldn't it have been something if they built the pool and we were here saying we're going to take a pool out and would have got credit for that impervious surface? How ironic is that? They had approval and they didn't build it, unfortunately. Otherwise, we'd look like heroes demolishing a pool and then restoring it. We're kind of doing that.
How much impervious surface are you adding?
Not very much. My point is the pool would have been a huge credit on impervious that they elected not. Yeah, but I'm just saying, if you look at it that way, the end result is try to plant everything in and around that pool that was never built back in '98, or plant everything you can in and around the reconfigured deck. We're getting to a point where we're establishing as best we can a replanted buffer. If you look at it that way, I think we all win. Otherwise, if the project doesn't go forward, maybe you'd have to issue an enforcement order to make the guy plant it. It'd be better if we could work collectively and just try to plant the whole thing as best we can.
Mike, you're increasing it by 1263, and that includes that little driveway bump out, right?
Yes.
Okay, so 1263, Beth.
1263.
Yeah.
Okay. Betsy?
Just,
So, well, that was it. What's the amount, but if you,
1263
suppose
is
you
the,
eliminated that little bump out,
So that's 37.
Well, that's like 360 square feet, so.
so we're
Deduct
under
360.
1,000 now.
Yeah.
I mean, the bottom line is, how much impervious surface are you adding that
well,
is
Betsy,
there any place else you could mitigate for it?
that's
No,
what,
that's the problem.
that's the thing, is we went back
that's
and we
why I
tried
gave
to
you the
back in the
history of-
numbers.
Sure.
1018.
But we're also, when you look at 1018, it's always easy for us if we come in and we say, we're removing all these things that are closer to the wetland resource, so we're getting a credit for it. And that could have happened if they had gone forward and built that pool. We're gonna plant that area that could have been a pool.
Yeah, I think we know what the
You
facts
just-
are. It's a
yeah.
question of how we
How you,
interpret them when
how
we discuss
you
them.
discuss them.
Courtney, you all set?
Yeah, I mean, this is
You
a
clear?
point about deliberation.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Kristen?
I don't have much to add. I think that the plantings look great. I'm not quite sure about the flood zone line going across the spa. Is the spa going to be up above that, or?
What flood zone am I going?
The flood hazard zone in the blue.
We're not even looking at that. What's the elevation? Oh, it should
That's
be,
actually,
8012.
That's not a flood zone, that's a,
Okay,
That's not a special.
I don't have the colored map, so. I might be having a tough time seeing
It
that.
is hard in black and white.
It's the 2% flood zone,
Oh.
which is like the old B.
okay, the old B zone, okay.
You all set,
Yeah,
Kristen?
all set.
Laurie?
I think it is a vast improvement. I think you'll see that my name was on some of those order of conditions back in the day, not the one for the pool.
I'll check right now.
And, you know, this is the ACEC, and I think everybody's very well aware that it's a level above the average. It's like the DCPC, and it needs more protection. When I went out there the first time, one of the big issues I had out there was the irrigation. And it was running rampantly. The deck was soaking wet, the mulch was just almost eroding. And it's become hydrophobic almost because there's so many fines, because this has been mulched literally to death. So the reason nothing grows there is because it's over-irrigated and over-mulched. So it's basically made of a barrier. And that's why you don't see any low bush blueberries coming up. It's being treated that way to keep it mulched pavement, basically. So I look at that mulch as total impervious surface if you go out there. So this planting is much better, what you're proposing, to eliminate a lot of that mulch. The other thing is, when you were talking about the caliper inch per caliper inch, that, you know, you put, and the dogwoods are gonna be nice under there, they will tolerate shade. I understand the issue with the oak, I'm not happy they're leaving, but you never offered to put any of the oak trees in your area out here off the front of the house, which is kind of a stand of oaks out there that have actually all been limbed up, and I agree. I mean, I understand people want a view, they pay $1 million for a view, but maybe you could find a pocket to maybe put some of the caliper inch, because you're taking out 36 inches and you're giving us 3 to 6 inches back, which I don't think is a very good trade-off. And even if it's other species, if you don't like oaks, maybe cupolas or something. The other thing I noticed there is the understory is predominantly blueberry and plethora and inkberry. And I'm glad that you pretty much kept it to that. The area that's off of the deck, it is human nature that when you have a lawnmower, because it says you're gonna, the hash is grass or perennial plantings, usually it ends up grass off of a deck because you want to step into a perennial bed. You're gonna take a lawnmower, and all of a sudden, you're gonna start mowing, and the next thing you know, you're gonna be at the orange line, you know, not the orange line, but you're gonna move along, because you have plants, 1 gallon plants, which anybody knows what a 1 gallon sweet fern is. This pen is bigger than it. And it just needs to, we used to do this, and I haven't been on the board in a long time, but we used to require in areas like this, that were very, very sensitive, that a fence or bound markers are put up, so that the landscaper, there's no miscommunication, oh, I didn't know those couldn't go, and the next thing you know, there's the whole massive thing of sweet fern is gone. That were in our deliberations, that maybe we put in a fence, the markers, that maybe the plantings on the outside edge are more woody, like the inkberry that do really well there, so that they're not sweet fern and low junipers and things like that that disappear. The mulching, again, is really exacerbating a lot of erosion there. So as much of that they can cover and eliminate mulch would be wonderful. Low bush blueberries, unfortunately, they mow really well. So they do well there, but I think it's going to be a challenge to maintain this. I know it will say that you don't touch it, but once the order of conditions is signed off, I don't think we have any right to go out there, and it will be mowed. So let's do the best we can to protect it now, in the order with a fence or whatever.
How about a single rail fence?
A single rail fence, or, you know, the bound, remember and we also had the
I prefer a
stone-
single rail fence.
Okay, single rail fence.
I think that would be a perfectly acceptable
Okay.
condition.
And it saves them from replanting a lot of expensive plants. The septic system, is it I remember vaguely that it was in that area where the pine tree is, in the driveway.
I believe it's where the driveway is.
I think it's in the driveway, isn't it, by that pine? It's just not on the plan, and I think it should be on the plan, Mike, just so that the contractors, when they come in, I don't think it's gonna be heavy equipment, but if it's in the driveway, then it's fine. It's in the driveway, beautiful, then it's H20.
Yes.
Okay, then I'm not worried about it. Lastly, you commented that you had calculations for that driveway spur? That
300.
the little- All right, well, on your revision, on 1019, you say remove proposed parking space.
I can clarify that.
Okay.
We actually were gonna, the owner wanted to add one more stall to that area.
Okay.
To the two that were already there.
Was that on our first plan?
And until we
Okay.
discovered that, hey, these were never on the original plan, and we needed mitigation space. So not only, we discovered that we needed to mitigate for spaces that were never on a plan, so to try to ask for another one when we need mitigation area, the math just didn't work.
upset us.
Well, I didn't want to upset you as well, but, so we took the space off, and then we found a way to mitigate for the existing spaces, and he'll have to live with it too.
And to Mike's point on that, I think from the original plan that was submitted back in July, Mike, is that correct? July or August, when the original plan was submitted?
Yeah.
From the original plan submission to the current plan that's before you, dated October 19th, there's a fairly significant scale back in what the applicant had requested, because we wanted to be able to mitigate and restore as much as possible to really be stewards of this property.
Could you explain that? Because I'm looking at the plan and I'm not seeing that.
There's
So
not
there
a
was-
significant scale
Well,
back,
there was a
Kevin.
fairly, there was a large patio requested in the area where the pool was originally proposed.
What, in your
this one?
original plan?
In this plan we just
And-
got?
No,
No,
not
no,
the
in
plan
the
we
original,
just
I'm
got.
saying we've scaled
The
back our
one we got
request.
a month or two ago.
The one that was
No.
submitted in August.
Well, there was a patio proposed, but we're now doing this grassy, sort of circular.
Here, out where there's a
Yeah.
key,
Yeah.
like it looks like a key.
Yeah, that, and there was no, a bit expansion of the parking area.
Well, the key is still shown on the October 19th.
That's just grass.
Grass.
That's
It's
just
grass.
grass,
It's not impervious
rather than
surface.
impervious stone patios.
It was a flagstone path with a
Yes,
flagstone
flagstone
patio.
patio.
But when we're talking about the area that we're covering, I think what we've reduced is
Okay,
significant.
I'll give you that one.
Thank you.
Nah,
I'll take what I can get.
I don't like the word significant.
All right.
Minor, minor, moderate, or major.
And the other thing is that
We'll be getting
usually
to
we
that.
ask for 3 gallon, 3 foot on center, and there's an awful lot of 1 gallon. Not that I'm opposed to them, because a lot of times they take better. But are you going to be putting in a drip irrigation to get these established, or, because you have rotary heads now there?
Yes, all the shrubs will be on temporary drip irrigation.
Okay, and all the rotary heads are gonna be removed?
Okay,
Yeah, because we don't allow irrigation or fertilization in this area.
okay.
So when they're doing.
And there wasn't supposed to be lawn beyond the
There was-
original limit of work anyway.
Exactly. And it's not a Falmouth-friendly lawn, just so you know. Because,
Existing, you're saying?
no, because Falmouth-friendly lawn allows fertilizer, so this has none.
There's a fertilizer bylaw now, Amy, that doesn't allow nitrogen use within 100 feet of a water body, so. Okay, so I think the language of Falmouth-friendly lawns is kind of, we just have to, if that's in your plan notes, we'll just take that out. Okay?
And I think when this is restored, it will be nice.
Mike?
I think all the questions I had have been brought up for the commission. I think we have to think about it, because in July, I knew what I was looking at, and at the start of the evening, I have no idea what I was looking at. There's been an awful lot of changes, and I think some heads up, so I have another visit on my part would have been very useful.
Okay.
I think I have the information I need, but I wish I knew what I was looking at when I was out there.
We tried to, we submitted everything.
Yeah, I'm not, this is not the applicant's fault, I'm saying internally,
Sure.
when we see these kind of, working with the staff who does a great job, but somehow that has to get back to at least me, so I know what's going on.
And I
Other
would
than
just,
that,
I'd like to make the point that we really appreciate both Mark and Jen's time. They've both been very generous in meeting with us on a number of occasions, and it is greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Court, do you have something else?
I think you answered it. Molly, this is when we have that irrigation system out, right?
Yeah.
And then so any irrigation that's done in there is temporary drip.
I personally would like to see those oak trees stay. I don't know if we can work that out, reflectors or whatever, or,
I think if that gets this project done,
I have a recommendation. I don't know, on the old plan, I'd have to look at it, and I really didn't look at the detail of the driveway. I was more focused out here in the ACEC area.
What plan?
Blue Flax or Mike's, where you have the stone wall, your property line goes over substantially, I think maybe 10 feet more than the edge of that little stone wall, which I don't even know if that stone wall was permitted. I have no clue, because again, I didn't look at the old order closely, but there's still room over there. And I know there's probably, it doesn't show contours, it must be fairly flat, but that little stone wall, if you moved it over, then the edge of the driveway could move over. It's only gravel, and then the trees wouldn't be in the way, and then you wouldn't have to remove them.
Stone wall.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I think that they would probably forego the trees and deal with it, learn how to avoid the trees.
Okay, then move the wall. All right.
The wall's not.
And they could put a reflector or two on them.
Yeah.
because once they're gone, I mean,
I think that in terms of what we're giving up, I think giving up the tree removal is certainly something the applicant could live with.
All right, so what's your pleasure? What's the board's pleasure on this one?
Mike, are you gonna give us those shots to confirm, or at least give me a plan? Yeah,
I mean, I'm good with information.
just give me the plan so they have it to look at when they deliberate,
Yeah,
so
and the
they're
information is
comfortable
up.
that it's not moving closer.
Russ and I have already checked all those out, so
Yeah.
that you have enough information on the plan that we can do it. It's
Yeah.
just that those setbacks should be on.
Publish those on.
Right.
Thank you, Mike.
So,
Bless you.
well,
Whatever that
I'll move
was.
that we close the hearing and take it under advisement.
Second.
Yeah, there's stuff to discuss, but
Yeah, but I think we all.
gave us all the
Deliberations
information.
and laws, there was, I think, a lot of good stuff came out tonight. We'll just remember that, about the fences and markings and things like that. Okay, so we have a motion by Betsy, and the second was Courtney, I believe, to close the hearing. Any other discussion amongst the commission? Questions, comments from the public? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Abstentions, unanimous, so moved.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Actually, can you put these in the original, can you put these in the file? Hey, Beth, put these in the file, those are all the aerials.
Okay.
Which one's the next one? Zell was opened. Which one? Yeah, that was open, that's Zell Street.
Because I get one? Yeah, it's smaller, because I have that one. Because I don't have anything that tells me what's going on.
Hang on,
We're in
and
Zell
I'll
Street.
get that for you.
This is different from-
Betsy, can I have the quorum for Zell Street, please?
For Zell
that's
Street,
the
yes,
old
you can.
Oh, we'll show you.
Just a minute.
Yeah. Oh, and here's the note.
Courtney, Mike, Betsy, Mary, Jamie, someone was missing that night.
Yes,
You weren't on yet.
I was missing that night.
You
I think
were
I was missing too, wasn't it?
Yes, two someones were missing.
Someone's was sick.
Who was missing?
Yeah,
Five.
Russ and I were both missing.
Courtney, Mike, Betsy, Mary, Jamie.
Okay. So it's already been read into the record by you then, Betsy, right?
Who,
23 Zell?
yes, correct,
Okay.
correct.
All right. All right, so it's Mary Carroll, 23 Zell Street, East Falmouth, Massachusetts. Already been read in, so Jen,
This was continued to look at increasing the first floor elevation to 16 because a portion of the house is in the Falmouth V zone. Correct me if I'm wrong, Joel, but I did not see any physical changes to the location of the structure other than you are raising the first floor elevation to 16, correct?
That obviously increases the number of steps, so
Yeah.
there was some physical change, and
Yeah.
also it slid towards Westminster Street.
Oh, it did slide this way,
And
okay.
4 feet towards the water.
Okay.
It's still much greater separation than the existing house.
Mm-hmm. Thought the setback from the back was the same, wasn't it? No? Was that 25 to 28, Joel? Oh, it was, it shifted, I'm sorry, I saw the 8 and the 3 and they looked similar, so.
They do.
Okay, so it just shifted slightly seaward than the original one, but it got that first floor elevation to 16.
okay, anything else, Joel, you want to present?
We got a estimate from a tree mover from Dale Tree Services to transplant that cedar tree that was a concern. And he feels that that's certainly possible. Again, if, as was previously required by the board in the order for the guest house when that was redone 13 years ago, if it doesn't take, then they would have to replace that cedar tree. Also, they are removing the septic tank. There was some concern that was going to be reused. The existing one was going to be relocated. They're going to put in a new tank and dispose of the existing one. And the proposed driveway is a pervious material. There's existing concrete pavers there now. Those are going to have to be removed due to the relocation, the slight adjustment of the house location. So that's now all going to be a pervious loop, as currently the configuration that currently exists.
That's it.
I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mike? Courtney?
No question.
No
Betsy?
questions.
Mary?
No questions.
You're not gonna stay.
I move that we close the hearing and take it under advisement.
Second.
Can we have a motion to close by Betsy, seconded by Courtney? Any other comments or questions from the commission? Comments or questions from the public? Oh, yes, Betsy?
So I'm a little bit unclear, even though I made the motion to close it. So are you going to move that tree?
Yes, we are, yes.
Oh, so you're going to move it to a place, and then if it
It's-
dies, you're
We're expecting
you're
it
gonna-
to
We
certainly
all hope
survive.
it's
It
gonna
survived
live.
before, yeah, so.
Right, but if
it's,
it doesn't live,
That was a
you'll replace
condition
it.
of the previous approval for the guest house. We'd be happy with that continuing.
same,
Yes.
okay. Good, thanks. That's all, sorry.
Okay, so I'm abstaining, Lori's abstaining, Kristen's abstaining.
Oh, I'm sorry. who's
Okay.
abstaining?
We're not in the
We're not
quorum.
even
Oh, no, they're not
abstaining,
in
we're
the-
not
no,
even
no,
Right, you're on the
abstaining.
quorum.
We got the
Yeah,
audience.
we're just not in the quorum. You're not
We got the
abstaining.
audience out there.
I thought I
You're
did
not-
once too, didn't I?
No.
Russ,
Any-
you're not abstaining because
I'm not
that means a
voting.
no. You're not voting.
Any other questions or comments from the public? And this one? Oh,
I'm Minnie Gregory, I'm in a butter, and I grew up in the house that's being torn down. I have a question about, on the plan, it says approximate location of existing septic leaching field. Will that ever be officially marked? Because I think it has to be 10 feet from the property line. Or is that a zoning?
Joel, can you answer that?
It's an existing system. It is where it is. I don't have the design data on that one. That was taken
So
from the
just
actual
assuming it.
location, so there's no intent to disturb that in any way. We're just
Right.
going to deal with the tanks, but they might request that they have that marked in order to not stock anything on top of it as they might during construction. So
Like a large truck?
exactly. Yeah.
Did you get that, Jen? Jen?
What?
As a condition, not to mark where the existing leach field is so that nothing's stored or rolled over there.
Confirm and mark existing leach field.
Correct.
Or would the mayor gonna require an asphalt?
For the septic tank, yeah, he'll have to sign off on that.
I have
Anything else, ma'am?
another question. On Westminster Street, I know, and you put in the new driveway, which is similar to the existing one, the semicircular thing, but you're going to come out onto the street and there's hedge there. That's well within 100 feet of the water. Are you going to be able to tear that out? Because to go out and around it is going to go onto the neighbor's property, and they've already put up a fence. Can you see this?
Well, Joel, does it have to come out or not?
What?
I wasn't aware of the fence. I know that circular driveway has been there. as you
This
know.
part, yes.
This has been here for,
Right,
decades.
it's because my family
Yep.
owned all that property.
Yep.
She does not own that, she only owns here.
She has rights to.
Okay, please
pass
go
that
through the
across-
chair,
across
okay?
She does, but she doesn't
Please
have
run it
rights
through the chair.
to
Thanks,
go
ma'am.
onto that property. My question is, will conservation let her take out that hedge?
Well, they haven't requested that we take out the hedge, and I'm assuming that both those parties own to the center line, so they would have to request removing the hedge prior to doing it. And then this board would consider the request. I can't say definitively right now, ma'am, whether they would allow it to go or not, or whether they would require it to be mitigated.
Is that a conservation question, or is it a zoning?
No, it's a Conservation Commission question. If you're removing vegetation within 100 feet of a resource area, it's a Conservation Commission question. Whether or not it also trips zoning, I have no idea. So. But that request isn't before them, so if the hedge is removed, then it's removed without permission.
Because this is new, that circular driveway is new in this plan from the original one. It was just this one.
Correct, but they're going to keep that existing one that was there. That's part of it. This was just to access the carport that is being located there.
Joel, can you repeat what you just said for the record?
So
Because it was going to go right into that, or
the, actually, the previous footprint of the proposed house was,
green line.
it was further up, correct. So it didn't go onto that existing driveway. The new,
What's that right there?
the new relocation,
That's not
the
new,
red,
that's-
the red.
Right,
The green was right up to the driveway.
right.
Yep.
I understand where she's coming from. You use that circular driveway, you come up into where your new pervious driveway is, you come around that circle, you exit towards the water between those stone pillars. You don't have anywhere to go
That's right.
unless you go across onto Lady Fair LLC's actual property.
That's not part, that's not our
No,
issue.
no, I know, that's what I'm trying to explain to them.
Apparently, the applicant would be willing to forego the existing semicircular portion and just keep that access to the carport.
It doesn't matter to me, it's just if you go out that way, you're gonna be backing up, that's all.
You all set, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the public? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Abstentions unanimous, so moved.
Thank you, Joe, thank you,
Have a
Neil.
nice night, Joe. Okay, request to amend the existing order of conditions. Town of Falmouth, Harbor Master, care of Greg Frazier, off White's Landing Road, White's Landing Boat Ramp, map 32-11-000B004, map 32-11-000B004A, 32-11-000B001A, 32-11-001D000, East Falmouth, Mass. Request amend the existing order of conditions, DEP 25-3606, to modify the boat ramp, including the removal of the concrete prop wash pad and concrete curbs located at the end of the 15% slope boat ramp, the temporary removal of the adjacent stone riprap bordering the area, and installation of a new 20% slope boat ramp, top of curb 5 feet, 5 foot wide prop wash pad to reinstall the stone riprap to the limit of the existing riprap, but at an elevation no higher than the new adjacent boat ramp and prop wash pad, surface elevation, associated clearing, excavating, grading, and landscaping. Jen?
This is just a request to amend the boat ramp to, if you all know what happened out there, ramp wasn't set properly, so they need to remove it and reset it to the correct benchmark. And this is just for the boat ramp portion of it, not for the drainage portion down the road. Okay?
All right.
For the record, I'm Roger McNevich, engineer with Coastal Engineering Company. We were the designers of this
Yes.
project. This was issued an order of conditions by your commission in 2009, September 2009. The project actually wasn't constructed until 2014, 2015, earlier this year. It's still on an open valid order of conditions because of the Permit Extension Act. The original order of conditions is still valid for about another year or so. Just a quick overview for what's going on here. Due to the error in coastal engineering setting the reference elevation for the benchmark of this project on an adjacent stone bound to the site, the error was off by 1.5 feet. So that the results was the entire boat ramp facility was constructed about 1.5 feet higher than the intended design. And just as a matter of explanation, the actual numerical number placed on the top of the stone bound was elevation 1.34 mean low water datum, and the actual 1.34 was the NAV 88 elevation that needed to be adjusted. So in essence, that elevation is actually 1.5 feet higher at 2.84 elevation. But because of what was shown on our plan, the work was done. The boat ramp is built exactly to that reference and to the elevations that was required had that elevation been correct. So what the result was is that the boat ramp by design was at the very end, at the lowest location, was supposed to be at elevation -3 on mean low water datum. In fact, the end of the boat ramp is at elevation -1.5, that 1.5 foot difference. The ramp has a 6-inch high curb at the end, so in essence, the actual obstruction is at 6 inches higher, so that the obstruction itself is only 1 foot below the top of the curb at the very end of the ramp is only 1 foot below mean low water, hence the obvious situation and the problems that were had out there. When this all came to light, we reviewed our records and we discovered this error, and then we touched base with Doug Cameron, who's here today from Fishing and Boating Access, and who we had worked this project through the Department of Fish and Game. We had a few meetings along the way and looked at different alternatives, and the plans that we've now produced and presented to you are what is a proposed solution that we've come up with. And in essence, what we're proposing to do is to physically go back in to the site, and what we have to do is, we can't physically go below water. This work has to be done in the dry, so we're going to have the contractor come in, re-drive the steel sheet pile bulkhead back in place that provides a cofferdam effect so that the work area can be dewatered as was originally proposed and actually physically occurred for the initial construction. We have to reinstall that system that was designed, and we reutilize that exact system again. With the site dewatered, then we're proposing to, right at the lowest elevation of the end of the boat ramp, we're proposing to saw cut full depth through the existing concrete boat ramp, just upslope from the curb, remove the curb, and then also there's a 15-foot wide concrete prop wash pad. We're going to take that all out. And also on the sides and on the end, there's some scour protection rock riprap that needs to come out temporarily. What our design then calls for is starting at that -1.5 elevation, where the end of the boat ramp, and the boat ramp presently is at a 15% slope. To get the depth that we need to get to accommodate boaters is we decided we're going to add a 10-foot section of boat ramp starting at the -1.5, and that next section will be at a 20% slope, so there'll be a 5% break in the slope of the boat ramp to get us down to a top of boat ramp elevation of a -3.5 at the end of the ramp. There's going to be a curb again, which is up 6 inches, so the highest elevation of any kind of obstruction will be at elevation -3. And that was the original location and depth that we had originally designed the project to. The ramp is extended into an area where we had a 15-foot wide prop wash pad We're still going to maintain a 5-foot wide prop wash pad, and then replace beyond to the limits that the stone presently exists around the existing concreted area, replace with the stone riprap set with an elevation of the top of the riprap no higher than any adjacent concrete, whether it's the prop wash pad or the curb or the boat ramp itself. In addition to this work, along the way, there was comments that we had received indirectly that there was some concern in an area along the side of the boat ramp in this area here, that the former smaller boat ramp that was here, the original boat ramp, kayakers used to be able to come and go along this side, easy access, and now this is a rock riprap area that's kind of difficult to manipulate or to accommodate kayakers. So what we're proposing over a section of the riprap area adjacent to the side of the existing boat ramp to remove the rock and reset at a lower elevation, more uniform, with a flat surface that can be infilled along the sides with concrete, so it could easily be crossed by foot for kayakers to come along and gain access to the water without going into the boat ramp area. So it's actually the major project that we're talking about, and then what we're here for before you tonight, and then as an aside to try to accommodate a local situation here. So that's kind of in a nutshell. I mean, I can expand on that, or I can answer questions if you like.
Okay. Mike?
Just a little bit of what I saw, then we'll ask some questions. I went out on Monday evening at low tide, watched it, caught the ebb, and you're right, it's the edge of your dock is now 20 inches below that low water, which is just about where you said low tide water was. So
It could actually be as little as 12 inches to the top of the curve.
Well, we had a mean tide, so it's not as low, so, but you're pretty close to mean. It was 20 inches, and I watched a resident trying to get his Boston whaler out at low tide, who happened to show up, and it was not pretty. So I guess my gut reaction is something does have to be done. You're fooling around in a resource, and if you don't have to do it, I prefer not to. But I am convinced that something has to be done.
I think it's a serious situation that needs to be rectified.
So we're on board with that. You don't show a benchmark on your plan.
Actually, we don't need a benchmark because the entire boat ramp has elevations. We know that it's elevation 1.5 at the end of the ramp that we'll be cutting, and that's the elevation we're tying into. So it's self-evident.
We
Want it on your
we
plan.
want to see a benchmark on the plan. It's just we see lots of projects come before us, and particularly here where it's not NGBD, a mark on there that says it is where it is. It's probably trivial, but it is an issue that triggered all this.
We can
not have a plan.
We can add that bench on.
A little odd. Are you going to be excavating 1.5 foot deeper? And the sheeting you're shown is the same depth of penetration that was on your original sheet?
The sheeting is a temporary item, and the contractor is responsible.
No, you have a plan that shows to a depth. That's shown on your plan. My point is you're excavating 1.5 foot deeper, and is the sheeting still stable? It was stable the first time, but now you're excavating 1.5 foot more inside. Has anybody looked at that? What we don't need is something going wrong with the sheeting the second time around.
If I can speak, my name's Doug Cameron.
You got to go to the podium, please. Speak into the microphone one more time.
Sure. My name's Doug Cameron. I work with the Office of Fishing and Boating Access. The way our contracts work relative to the construction of the copper dam and the design of the copper dam is that responsibility for the design is on the contractor himself. They may have certain type size sheet piles that they own or need to rent, and they need to determine the limits of which the sheet pile needs to be driven. So what we're trying to show and what we did on the original design is that in fact we need to have a cofferdam installed, a silt boom installed, and then the dewatering. The actual design of the cofferdam is the contractor's responsibility. As part of that responsibility is to provide us with stamped engineering drawings and the calculations supporting the design.
All right, then
So those will be submitted to the Concom as well, Doug, right?
If you would like them, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah. Cofferdam design and methodology submitted, got it.
and dewatering,
The next one comes down is you are again 1.5 feet deeper than you were the first time. Was construction dewatering a problem the first time?
No.
Was the volume of water was okay, you didn't have a problem?
No, no problems whatsoever. The material.
You're going to have a little more water this time.
Actually, well,
You're going deeper, so you're going to be more of a head.
that's correct, but the original boat ramp was designed to -3. This one's going to -3.5. So it's not a full 1.5 feet. Right. So it's,
If you had no problems the first time with the minor change, I don't think you're going to have a problem, but
Right.
if you had problems the first time, it's going to be worse this time.
yeah, no, we didn't have any problems. In fact, the driving of the steel sheeting went very smoothly. The soils there are very good soils for this type of sheet pile.
I did not see any control coming to us on discharge of where that water goes, during the watering. I didn't see anything for a frac tank or a bank on this submittal. You just show a discharge, and we'd hate to see a whole bunch of sand or silt end up in our...
I think what this is a request to amend, this is still under the original order of conditions, and that was all part of the original application, and that process was described and approved and actually followed.
You're putting this back out for bid?
Yes.
Yes.
Will that same package be available to the new contract?
Absolutely.
it's all amended orders are that way. Amended orders have to include the original order,
Okay.
it's all the original
Well,
conditions.
I'm making sure the new
Unless you
contract
amend the
is-
original conditions to fit the amended one.
Yeah, but the original ones come with it, and then the
Yeah.
amended ones might amend them.
Okay, the last one for me is on the south side of this whole, the south side of the new boat ramp, which is a beautiful thing, by the way. It's just sorry it didn't work. It's a glorious thing out there. There is quite a bit of erosion around the riprap. That it's not, you see a real delta of siltation going around the corner. So while we're doing this, you need something around that to address the runoff at the south end.
Right, and certainly we can address that. The town engineering department has been before this board and various other state and federal boards to rebuild White's Landing Road, which will include drainage work and improvements for the turnaround in that area there. So I think this short-term erosion problem is just that, a short-term thing, and will be addressed and corrected once that road work is, and the drainage work is completed.
And how long away is that? We've got all it's quite a bit of a delta you're producing up there.
When the town's going to move forward with the road, have they done?
You know what, I forgot, I was
You
gonna
didn't
call, I
call?
didn't get it.
Yeah, I called.
I didn't
I
get
said,
a
"What
chance
happened
to
to
call
the
Peter
drainage?"
today.
Yeah, Peter was just finishing up, and I thought they're in the process of filing for their notice of intent reviews. Should be any time now.
They
Sooner
already
would be
did,
better.
I think.
thought we
There's
issued
quite
a
bit of
notice of
erosion
intent.
going on.
Yeah,
Have they already come?
yeah, they already issued, we already issued that. It was gonna be for, I thought they got the funding in April for the
The
road.
funding's chapter 95.
stake it
Yeah.
Yeah, they do have the funding for it. They were just waiting to get
Mike, I'll double check with Peter on when that's gonna be, but in the meantime, we'll have to do something to protect that south end.
Well, it's already been ordered, issued. That's all been issued. The order conditions was issued, and I thought it was all part of the same, I couldn't remember, because we heard it all at the same time.
The only issue with that is that obviously has time of year restrictions, so the road portion can't may not be able to proceed right away if they can't get it by January 15th.
I will
But-
call Peter and have it for you when you deliberate
Okay.
that issue.
When would this construction go on?
Probably the spring of 2016.
Then if somehow we can get that erosion under control between, rather than instead of all winter, I mean,
We will
you
take a
think
look
how
at it.
temporary it is, but if you go look at it, it's, you know.
Yep. We'll take a look at that and see what we can do, and I'll run it by Jennifer.
I hate the word Band-Aid, but that's all we need.
Yep.
Oh, I'll put that down, Band-Aid.
Lori?
Courtney, I have one.
I think,
Courtney.
Greg touched on the winter flounder, and if you're doing it in the spring, we don't have to worry about that, correct?
You know what that is? Situation.
Just as long as the winter flounder are protected.
I mean, that should be in that original order
yeah.
of conditions, right?
I wasn't here for that, so I don't know.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, it
Okay.
should have been.
Yeah, was there a time constraint for the winter flounder for that?
You must have
Original
had
project?
There must have
There must
been,
have been a
the
letter from
original projects over there, I can double check,
Okay,
but
just to
yeah.
make sure.
Where is
We'll
that?
have a time of year restriction for flounder.
Okay.
I do, there is, the Division of Marine Fisheries issued some guidance, and they have a time of year restriction on in-water silt producing work from January 15th to June 15th to protect winter flounder and juveniles, as well as alewife spawning, nursery, and mitigation habitat. The time of year restriction may be waived if a bottom-weighted silt curtain is placed around the cofferdam for the duration of the project. And the discharge
That's what
pipe
it was.
used to dewater the cofferdam is placed between the cofferdam and the silt curtain, as these measures should reduce turbidity. So that's the way,
Thank you.
what
Right.
we've shown on the plan, and that's the way the original boat ramp was constructed in a similar time of year as well. So.
I just wanted, and I'm sure it's in there, I just wanted to
Yeah.
touch that point. And when you're removing the concrete, because it's a lot easier when you have a brand-new site than when you're doing a rework site, do they jackhammer that all out? Do they saw cut it? And, I mean, how are they getting this
Saw
out?
cut and saw cut it into chunks that can be lifted up. There's
Okay.
whole units and lifted out, loaded into trucks and taken away from the site.
This was a very expensive
Yes.
mistake. And who's paying for the mistake?
Mistakes are usually very expensive.
Yeah. Is it, as a taxpayer, I'm just dying to know if I'm paying for the mistake.
I'd assume so.
I don't think they want to get into
No,
the
okay.
particulars of it, but I
no.
can tell you that the town of Falmouth is not funding this.
Oh, good. Thank you, Greg.
You all set,
That's all.
Lori?
Thank you.
Okay.
You've answered the
Kristen?
audience question.
I just have one comment about, you said that you're going to have a place for kayaks. It's not on the map, though?
It's actually on it's shown on that sheet.
Oh, it is, okay.
This is existing condition, original one.
Okay, great.
There's an area shown on that sheet too.
Yeah, and I know, I think it's great that you're doing it, because I know a lot of people would be really happy that they don't have to wait till high tide to get their boat out, so, good.
All set, Kristen?
Yep.
Courtney?
All I can say is that this meets the classic World War II acronym snafu. And you can go rushing to your dictionary and look up the meaning.
I don't think any of us have to.
Betsy?
I have two questions.
Yeah, let's do
One
that,
is,
Courtney.
and I get, this is for Greg, well, it's for all of you, because you probably all launch boats like this. Is there any issue with switching from, when you go from the 15% to the 20%? Is that gonna hang up anybody?
It's only a 5% difference, so that's
Well, I'm
very
thinking
minor.
if I'm riding a bike, 20% is a lot higher than 15%, and both of them are pretty hard.
You know, at the top of the ramp, we have a vertical curve,
Yeah.
and that change in slope goes from 15% to 0. In that kind of scenario, the vertical curve, which takes out that sharpness of the change of angle, is needed. But at a 5%, the change in slope is minimal from 15 to 20%, so you don't have that extended high point. Yeah.
Okay, my other question is, did you say that whatever you have, whatever pad you have for prop wash, is the size of that is being reduced? And is that gonna make a difference in
I think
what, how
because
much
of the
mud
depth
gets
of the
stirred
water
up?
now, that we'll have plenty of water. It's not gonna be-
Do you think so too?
I think the 9-foot prop wash pad would be adequate,
Okay,
given the depth of the water.
okay,
Yeah.
because it's really silty there.
Right, and the way
Well, I
the,
mean, that, which is bad.
way the end of that prop wash pad is constructed in cross-section, there's a 2-foot haunch, so it goes 2 feet below the top surface of the ramp, and then we have the armor stone out seaward of that. So between those 2 things, it will, provide the scour protection and the possibility for prop wash hole that typically is created if you don't provide some kind of protection.
Okay, I actually have one more, just one more. All right, but it's,
Come on.
Mike, who's an engineer, always asks people, unfortunately, he wasn't here when you did this, but what datum is being used. And maybe that's something that would have been useful.
Yeah, we're back on that spot already. Just put the benchmark on the
Sure.
plan. That's, you know.
Mary,
No questions.
Jamie,
Thank
Okay.
you.
If I could just address the benchmark, and I'm not trying to get away from doing that, but this plan does have spot elevations shown on the plan. And I don't know if that's satisfactory or not. We're happy to revise the plan and show a benchmark, but there are elevations located on the plan which would act as a
Don't you
benchmark.
need
So
to know what?
for what it's worth, we'll put the benchmark on the plan. Thank you.
That's a good idea.
That's a good
Deb.
idea. That, you know.
When
Okay.
Mike just starts
All right.
staring and blinking, just put the benchmark on the plan.
And with the provision that a new plan with a benchmark is submitted to Jen within a week, I'll move
It's
to,
only,
I'll move to close this hearing and take it under advisement.
second.
Betsy, Mike on the motion. Any other comments or questions from the board? Any comments or questions from the audience? Hearing none, call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Abstentions, unanimous, so moved. Next,
Thank you.
Thank you.
next up is Mark and Cynthia Albers, 177 Fay Road, Woods Hole, Mass. Request to amend the existing order of conditions, DEP 25-3718, to raise the existing house and construct a new 5-bedroom, single-family house with attached garage, decks, porches, install a new Title V sewage disposal system, fence, patios, AC units, concrete parking, fire pit, garden pavilions, utilities, dry wells, retaining walls, landscape wall, remove irrigation well, trees, install mitigation plantings and the associated clearing, excavating, grading, and landscaping. Jen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll save any of my comments until after Jeff's presentation.
Can I just ask a question, Madam?
Yeah, we'd like to ask a question first.
Well, I would just like to, this is just an amendment?
Correct.
Yeah,
That's
we
my
don't have
concern.
we don't want to have a long discussion on this one.
No, let's,
Okay,
let's
all
let
right,
Jeff
I'm sorry.
do his
No.
presentation. I know what you're saying.
But we don't want that long
No,
presentation.
I'm not going to
Same
accept
reason
this
for
under
it.
an amendment.
Yeah,
The main question is
Nobody wants
Mr.
this.
Chair,
Okay, okay.
whether or not it's an
All right.
amendment.
I see where you're going now,
We don't
okay.
have
I
to
don't
accept
think
this
we
as an
need to get
amendment.
into this if we determine that this is a major change requiring a new notice of intent. We don't, it becomes redundant to hear a presentation on something that, then that's where we're gonna go.
Fair enough, fair
So
enough.
I think what you need to address, rather than anything else, is the question, is this a major or minor change? If it's a minor change, then you can go ahead with your presentation. If it's a major change, then I don't think you in other words, that's the focus of where you should be right now.
It's the first question in the regulations to qualify for an amendment. Is it,
Well,
Is it a
first of all, I just want to
minor
introduce
or
myself. I'm
moderate scale?
Jeff Ryther with BSS Design, representing the Albers. There is quite a change here, but I first went to Jen and said, this is what we have. We have an order that's still valid for 2 more years. We have a new owner, and the new owner wants to build a different house. But everything is really in the same place. It's like this house and the other house, and if you find, I have the other plan, the houses are in the same spot. This is a smaller house. The mitigation is here, the driveway comes in like this, the parking courts are here, the septic is located there. It looks different, but it has all the same amenities, except for it does not have a swimming pool. Took away a swimming pool in this one.
Would you show us the original? Just put them side by side so you can see it.
Well, this is Dan's landscape plan. This is the former plan, not colored, but you can see the house there in gray and with the surrounding patios and swimming pools here.
Excuse me, Jeff, you're introducing new stuff that was not put in the file for the hearing.
What?
And I don't think it's fair to expect us to absorb all this sitting here.
Well, that was submitted originally, should be in the file with the
So
order.
all 8 of us are supposed to figure out a time to go to the office and look at the old file and figure out what your argument is for this. Maybe.
So when we close the meeting, finish up here.
Well, I can tell you that everything is smaller on this plan, if that makes you feel better.
Betsy?
Okay, my suggestion is, if you want to continue to get this under an amendment, that you have a continuance right now, and you provide us with a comparison of what was originally proposed, what's now proposed, what's changed.
Or could you overlay it over the new proposal,
Yeah, overlay
Jeff?
it and then demonstrate. Yeah, I mean, that's what, because I mean, I know and several other people spent a lot of time, it's a beautiful site, we all know that. Spent a lot, and it was a nice day. And it was like, what's this with the material we got? You know, and then we went back to the office and we're trying to compare, you know, the 2 plans. But if you do kind of a colored overlay, what's changed? You know, it may be that there isn't very much that's changed, but we can't just see it looking at 2 plans like this out in front of us.
Jeff, and for the presentation, if you could maybe, and I don't know if this is possible.
Sir, could you identify yourself, please, at the microphone, please?
Yeah, my name's Dan Soline from Horiuchi Soline Landscape Architects, and I'm the project landscape architect. And the suggestion that Betsy made, you know, is a good one. We have done this already. I think it might have been a drawing that Jeff shared with Jen when they met to discuss whether this would be an amendment order or a new notice of intent. But since it was agreed at the time that an amended order would be a reasonable process, we didn't bring that along or file it. So we were under the impression that it wasn't necessary.
I think we're going to be looking at a continuance here then, Jeff. I think you're going to be asking for one and coming up with an overlaid plan of the original
Yeah, I'm
plan.
just trying to figure out,
Jeff, is there a way you could bring like a plan with the existing house and then have like one of those clear overlays with the blue house that was previously proposed and a clear overlay go over, you know what I'm saying? Like the clear, I don't know, to
that
make
might
it
be
easy
possible.
for
I'm
them.
not sure
And
if
you
I
should,
can
you
plot
know,
on
you
that.
can also show the mitigation on each one.
They can do
So
it however they
all
want.
of those sort of overlays that we can get our heads around.
Yeah, we understand what's needed, and we know how to do it, and we're happy to do it. I guess
Thank you, and I think at this point we understand how come we didn't get it in the first place, so. But we do need time to look at it.
I mean, you both think this is minor, which is fine. We might think it's minor, but right now, we're all confused, and so unconfuse us with the next.
Jen, what do you got for a date?
I guess my only concern is that it seems that the way this is going, we could schedule a continued hearing sometime in the future and come back and find out that we have to continue it further because you're going to tell us that, so, I mean, do you agree that that's a possibility?
It's a possibility,
It's a
yeah.
possibility.
Yeah,
We don't,
all right.
we don't know.
'Cause we were trying to avert that by having a meeting with staff prior to this meeting, but that's fine. I understand how this can happen, and let's schedule a continuance.
What did you say?
Yeah,
Mike?
Just to, having visiting the site, the thing that hit me most is that this thing is shifted considerably east. And on that eastern end, you're disturbing a pretty nice growth, base of vegetation. And if your mitigation handles that, I feel better, because that didn't change. You're taking down more trees and nothing, the other
Yeah,
area
we need
went
to
up.
see
So,
that.
if you're, when you're doing this overlay, if you convince me that the area is appropriate, I feel better.
Well, the big difference here is that we're taking away work that was proposed down here in the flood zone and the velocity zone, and we're putting it more back in this area.
Right, and you're taking down vegetation where you move to the east.
But you can see the problem, Jeff, is we couldn't see, I mean, it's difficult to see that. I sat there with the plans, and I know the other members did. We sat there with one plan up top, one down here, and it's like, okay, how do we fit this? And it was difficult, so.
I think almost everybody looked at the
Yeah.
original plans to try to say.
They did. They came in the office today to look at the original
Yeah.
plan.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean,
So,
I just
what's
want
the
to
date?
reiterate that this does have quite a bit less
Mm-hmm.
impervious surfaces and
Show
no
us.
swimming pool.
show us in
And
there.
and
If
there's
I
five
open
that
the
are,
other
five that
one.
are in septic, everything's more or less the same spot, it's just new owners, new architect. And,
So, continue it, get us all the overlays, and we may end up all being on the same page.
But
Then again, we may not.
We're the first hearing next
That's the correct.
Jen, what do you got, Jen?
18th,
November 18th?
yeah, we don't meet the 11th.
At the
Because of town
request of
meeting.
the applicant,
Hold on a
I,
second, I'm not sure I can, what's the next one?
The 18th, and then it's
because we have town meeting.
the
Yes.
December 9th.
And also Veterans.
When's our next hearing?
So
December 9th.
I got November 4th, which is next week, November 18th, and then December 9th.
Can they,
Damn,
can you,
I need the night.
I mean, if it,
Can you do the 18th?
Well, I have the last one that was continued, or,
You have the last one to the 18th, or to the 9th?
no, that was,
Yeah, they can't get their paperwork in a week and a half. So.
Do you want to do that?
no, I don't want to have that the same night, plus, I have some other commitments,
Oh, so you want the 9th?
like in another town that week. I just don't want to overload.
The 9th?
I'm going to need December 9th.
At the request of the applicant, I move to continue this to December 9th.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second to continue. Betsy and Mary. Any other comments or questions from the commission?
Does that work?
Comments or questions from the public? Hearing none, call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Abstentions unanimous, so moved. Thank you. Yep.
Oh, you have a lot of.
Okay,
December 9th, right?
correct.
And for November 9th?
Okay, request for extension of existing order of conditions, 96 Penzance Road, Michael E. Mooney, DEP number 25-3876. Jen?
What?
Extension.
Oh,
96 Penzance Road.
the applicant requires an extension so they can fulfill the monitoring requirements in the order of conditions.
So you,
So moved.
Everything just got
You're
shifted
recommending
back
1
some,
year?
so I
1 year?
recommend a 1-year continuance.
So moved.
Yes.
I'll second.
We got
Extension.
Courtney and,
Yeah, 1-year extension is what I'm moving.
Courtney and Betsy.
No, this isn't proposed.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the commission? Questions or comments from the public? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Abstentions, unanimous, so moved. Vote order of conditions, 30 Eel River Road, CRC Eel River Development, LLC.
Hang on.
Yeah, quorum.
No, quorum, this one, that's, I don't have the quorum.
Where is it?
It's in the
You
cart.
want- I've been requested to take a 5-minute break, so we'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
So what are the two we need? Eel River Road?
Eel River.
Back in session. All right, back to vote orders of condition. 30 Eel River Road, and we're looking for a quorum on that?
Yes, the quorum is Jamie, Mary, Betsy, Russ, Mike, Maury.
Good night, Court.
See you later.
That's a good one.
Can I repeat that to you, Beth?
Yes.
Jamie, Mary, Betsy, Russ, Mike, and Maureen.
Correct.
This was the raise and rebuild.
Right, there we go.
And the Linden, he actually, on his revision, he did everything we asked him to do.
Yes.
The boat ramp and everything else, and the only thing that
What,
we...
wait, whoa. Which one
Remember-
are we on?
Eel
Oh.
River, right?
I'm
Am I on
sorry.
the wrong road?
Forgive me, guys.
30 Yale Road.
Yeah, CRC 30,
Yep.
yeah, okay. Anyway, everything that we had asked for in the first hearing, hearing and continued it, he did change on his second plan. And my notes, the only thing I see that we asked for was that the linden trees have, and the oaks have 2x4s with the orange fence further away from the trunk. So
Yes.
they don't bump into it. And that's all I had on my plan, and anybody else can add to that. That was the only special.
2x4s
Mary?
and what?
2x4 is an orange silt fence.
Yeah,
apologize
orange construction
Hang
fencing
on a second.
offset around to protect lindens and oaks.
All right? Go ahead,
Took
Mary.
care of it.
Okay. Anything else?
No, my only concerns with this were taken care of when they came back.
Okay.
So I move closing hearing, yeah, to accept the orders as
Second.
discussed.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Abstentions unanimous, so moved. Okay, so now we're moving on to 130 Waterside Drive.
I don't even remember that one.
Okay. Jamie, Mary, Betsy, Russ, Mike, Maury, Kristen. Kristen, this is your first one.
We can't remember them. I don't remember it.
This is flat. It was flat. She
Yeah.
had to come back and restake it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, all right.
It was Barbara.
Barbara
Barbara's
Frapier.
last
Barbara's last hearing.
project.
What was it?
Yes,
Barbara's
Barbara's
last.
last.
Oh, yes, of course, yeah. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave that for you because I'm gonna leave after this. Oh, I don't think, were there any special conditions? It was really straightforward. Jen, do you have anything to bring up to us? This was really straightforward.
Yeah,
It almost looked like it could have been an RDA.
Yeah,
It was
that's
a-
what we thought.
Yeah. And there was a reason why it wasn't, because she said that there was,
Okay, I don't remember.
these,
because there was something in it, I can't remember now. You're asking me at 11 or 10 o'clock at night.
Do you have it? Do we have it?
no, I mean, I have asked about pulling back the limit of work, and she talked me out of it, which is fine.
And weren't there trees along one side that the neighbor was worried because they might replant Leland cypresses? Or there are Lelands and they might cut them down and put new ones in?
But they didn't ask to cut it
No,
down.
they didn't.
We
No,
do
but isn't
anything.
that the same
Yes,
place?
right.
Yes, same place.
I move to approve as discussed.
Second.
All those, okay. Any other comments or questions from the commission? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Abstentions unanimous, so moved.
I'm giving you this.
Thank you.
Kristen, you and I are done for the night.
Oh, great.
Bye, folks.
Have a
Good
good one.
night.
And good luck.
How
I need to get
lucky
a
you
schedule.
are.
Lovely to spend several hours with you.
I need to get a schedule for that.
When we're meeting and not meeting?
All right, 152 and 160 Penzance Road, Haynes, Penzance Point, Normandy Trusts, 10/28/15, okay.
Mr. Chair, I believe we should take up the issue on the vote certificate of compliance before discussing.
Actually, Mike, in order to take up the issue of the certificate of compliance, Mary, Jamie,
Hey,
I'm sorry.
it's okay. We're gonna have to take this one very systematically, slow, and everybody's gonna have to pay attention, okay?
Yep.
Thank you.
Don't get cranky.
I'm getting cranky.
She's getting
I
cranky.
know. I would have bought a Snickers bar if I knew it was coming.
So everybody just follow along. Okay.
perfect.
We're going to go through the notice of intent first, because the notice of intent has components of the certificate of compliance and enforcement order in it. In order to vote the enforcement order, the certificate of compliance for 1884 160 and 152, you need to take up, as you did say, Mike, we're going to take it all up under the notice of intent because that's how they packaged it. So we have to issue an order of conditions on the notice of intent, and depending on how the board votes on that, basically will not be able to vote a certificate of compliance tonight because they have to actually physically do the work in order for you guys to issue a certificate of compliance and issue compliance on the enforcement order. So you vote the order of conditions first for the notice of intent that has all the different components on it, and then we will vote, and the staff will most likely recommend non-compliance until the physical work is actually done. You get it, what I'm saying?
I hear you, but I have a question.
Sure.
If the overlying issue is we're going to restore the area that was filled, then none of it else seems to fit.
What do you
In
mean?
order of the certificate
Correct.
of compliance. So if we can't get around that, then nothing else.
No, I know, but they
Nothing else
packaged
goes
it
in,
all
so
in the notice of intent. So in the notice of intent, you have to address each one separately. Everything
Okay,
is
but if
under
we're
the
gonna-
NOI.
how do we- If we're going to spend time talking about what we're doing for the pool or whether.
We're not, we're gonna
restoration-
take the portions of the plan, we're gonna do it very systematically. Because the notice of intent has components to restore the wetland, to restore or to satisfy the compliance for 1884, to propose a pool and to deal with the work on 152, you have to make certain determinations and you have to have deliberations and basically agree on certain sections before you can move on to the next section. You see what I'm saying? And that all gets done under an order of conditions.
It is clear to me you have given this a lot of thought.
I have.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Very well thought out.
So, 160 Penzance. So, basically you have a very large project in front of you that has a bunch of different components to it to address certain issues. So we're just going to take this, yes, all that paperwork systematically. So, for the, I don't know, which one do you want to start with, Mr. Chairman? The actual wetlands replication and restoration, or the compliance issues for DEP 1884?
Let's go 1884. Let's
Okay.
start the compliance
So
issues.
for compliance for 1884, the applicant was required to put down 13,890 mitigation, square foot mitigation for work that was done on the original house to get compliance for the, to get grant occupancy for the original house. They transferred, way back when, they transferred the requirement for the 13,880 square feet of mitigation plants required to the seawall, which is under DEP 251884. So those 1884, those plantings were supposed to be bayberry, and they were supposed to be, if you look on your plan, they were supposed to be in the area basically west of the driveway circle, in between where we have the lot line for 152 and flood zone AE, in and around that area. That's where they were supposed to be planted. It was supposed to be bayberry, and there was no substitution. What exists today there is a small row of Rosa rugosa. So in the original restoration plan for the wetlands violation, they proposed to plant, to satisfy that requirement, 13,890 square feet of native vegetation. In this proposal, they propose to leave the Rosa rugosa where it is, but to also give you the 13,890 square feet of vegetation. But they're gonna put that in an area between, if you look at the area of the tennis court, they're gonna put that within the area of the tennis court and then wrap it around the proposed area where they want to relocate, or replicate the wetland that was altered. Wrap it around there and come down to about where it says flood zone AE in that area. So, on my plan right here, it's this orange part. Some of the discussion the board had was that they're also proposing to get rid of that 8-foot, 9-foot high hedgerow that's currently hedges and invasives. Normally, the board does not allow the removal of invasive just to put mitigation in. And I think we calculated that area of the hedges to be approximately 700 square feet.
But you also have to look at it this way too. One of the reasons for a lot of this, especially the driveway operations, was for privacy. I mean, those hedges, to me.
They offer a lot of privacy.
They do. So I don't know.
So you're confused on why they want to take the hedges down, but
Yeah.
then, yeah.
And
part
then
of
move the driveway.
project
Right,
moves the
right.
driveway.
I think they want to take the hedges down so that they can claim that as square footage for their mitigation, which I don't think we should let them do.
Okay, so
we've never
one,
allowed
the
that.
board has to
We've
decide
never
that
allowed that.
if you want to allow them to remove the tennis court area and put the mitigation for 1884 up in that area, then the board could always condition that they have to provide another 700 square feet in and around that area or elsewhere on that side of the property to comply with that.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
total sense, yes.
You want to do
Yes.
that?
Yeah.
So you're going to allow, okay, and also it's on that other side of the driveway to that little
That little
buffer
buffer
area.
area.
But we'll have to come back to that area because that area is where the existing driveway is. Okay, so that's 17. So we're gonna have to make a note, 1765. And so, agree to buffer mitigation for 1884 in area proposed but you also have to mitigate for the hedgerow and invasives that are being removed. And I think we said that's approximately 700.
Yeah.
I can tighten that down a bit, but it's still gonna be an approximate until they AutoCAD it. But also mitigate for invasives being removed. Removed. And for right now, also mitigate on the property that 1765 that's currently in the existing driveway area until we may go
We
back
may
to that.
move that down
We may
into
move
the
that.
proposed driveway.
Yeah. And relocate the proposed 1765, which is in the existing driveway. But again, we may come back to that depending on how you vote that section. Okay, so we go back to that buffer restoration. Did anyone have any concerns with the plantings that were being proposed in the buffer upland plantings? They have bayberry, beach plum, Virginia rose, bearberry, but I think the bearberry is in the area of, in between like that, the wetland. Inkberry, arrowwood, sweet fern, amelanchia, and they do have the cedars that are going in along the hedge, where the hedgerow is, but they'll have to also mitigate for that. Any questions on that part?
I was fine with the plants.
Okay,
Good with the plants?
yeah.
Okay.
Assuming they get one.
The only thing I wasn't really impressed with was the bearberry.
Do you want to switch out the bearberry?
Yeah, do you know what bearberry is?
It's like,
It's about this
big.
tall, and it's a very drought tolerant.
It does produce berries. I mean,
Yeah,
it is
but
it's very, very
little.
low growing. It's almost a ground cover.
And it is a ground cover.
It is a ground
And the only
cover.
problem is when grasses come up through it, which it will, any kind of vegetation comes up through it, you have to maintain it a lot. You always have to be mulching.
So why don't we ask them to, how much bearberry am I looking at here?
A lot.
64.
It's the majority
164.
of the planting.
Yeah. I would just, for the sake of argument or whatever, I would just make the point that I don't think drought tolerance is a problem here, and I don't think yard maintenance is a problem on this project.
Bearberry usually grows like in dunes and
So,
moors.
And then they're proposing it in what used to be.
but that is a lot of,
All right, so, and then we want to, so that's gonna be a finding. And then a special condition on that area is to switch out bearberry for we'll come up with a mix. Viburnum dentatum.
Well, they can just add more of another one,
Yeah.
like inkberry.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
You'll figure it out. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's
So
move on.
for, just switch it out for a more hardy and structurally significant, substantial plant. And that will take care of going forward, Mike, to satisfy the compliance for 1884, although you won't be able to issue compliance until the plants are actually in the ground. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay. So now we'll go to the wetland, the enforcement issue, which is the wetland.
The wetland restoration?
The wetland restoration replication.
Yeah, it was required.
Okay, so right now,
Is it replication or restoration?
it's both. Because they're
I
replicating part of the
personally-
wetland, they're proposing to replicate they're proposing to restore, part of the wetland that was altered way back when, and they're also proposing to replicate part of it. So they're not proposing to restore it exactly where it used to be. So this
Well,
board
what
has
would-
to determine.
What was the reason for that, Jen? Do you remember why
Well,
they
part of
couldn't?
it is because if they replicate it, if they restore it where it originally was, it does not allow for them to relocate the driveway where they want to do it. So if you guys don't mind, I can kind of come and,
Well, I don't know how we could justify putting a new road over a wetland.
so if you all look, the original wetland is where this pink line is, more or less. I really can't color in the lines all that well sometimes. And the red, this funky little kind of
the geothermal wells in
Yeah,
there.
yeah, the squiggly is, so they're restoring it in this area to where it was
Less
originally.
the area of the geothermal.
No, this area right
Yeah.
here, geothermal's
Oh,
here.
okay.
And then they're proposing to remove part of this lawn area and wrap it around here and remove part of the
Tennis court.
tennis court. And
Tennis
that
court
is
goes
so,
west.
that is so they can shift the driveway this way. So what this board needs to determine is, do you accept the restoration and replication? Do you want to see it where it originally was? What would you like to do in that situation?
I'll put my 2 cents in, and then we can,
Okay.
people can tell me.
Can I take my plan back, or do you want to keep it next to you for a minute? I'll
Leave-
let you
leave
keep
it here
it.
for a few minutes.
Okay.
There's 2 issues in my mind. You gotta address both. The first is, we gotta get to at least as good and maybe better than before they built.
Correct.
I mean, that's first. A second issue that comes down is the goodwill of this community functions because people follow the rules. We're not enough people to do it, and when you can't allow people to fill wetlands and then come back and say, oh, we'll somehow do something else someplace else. I mean, you know, otherwise we're out of control. Our regulations are essentially meaningless.
Okay.
Those are the 2 issues that I see. Now, I want to come back on this one and say, I think we're better off when he's finished than we were, because we're getting rid of 7,500 square feet of something that doesn't help the resources at all, now known as a tennis court.
Well, part of that tennis court needs to go away anyway, because that's where they're proposing to put the mitigation. So the tennis court, so the mitigation for 1884 is taking up a bulk. This tennis court is gone, whether this goes back to where it was before or not, this tennis court is being
Well, they've already used it up, that green space.
Exactly.
So this part of the tennis court is the
That
part
little
that
teeny bit.
is being affected
Well,
by the
it's
new
the
wetland.
whole
Oh, I
plan.
get
though.
what
I
you're
mean,
saying.
they're putting they've put a proposal before us, and I'm not saying it's the best plan in the world or the worst one, but that's what they did. And one of my first requirements is that we come back better off than what we were. And in my opinion, they got the area. It's an area where you can certainly construct a wetland. I mean, there are some places in town where if you propose a wetland, it won't work.
If you look at the historic aerials, that whole area was a wetland,
That
so.
won't work. So I'm
not
sure,
too- I'm not
there
too
were concerns, there's legitimate concerns that you build a wetland and they may not work. If there's ever a place in town where you can build a wetland and it will work, with proper care and love, and guidance from us, and monitoring for as long as, probably longer than I'm alive, is the first I have anything to say about it.
Longer than time.
They can do it.
Okay.
And that's my 2 cents on it. I mean, I think they've met though. And 2, on terms of discourage, you're really going to discourage people from this kind of behavior. As precedent, he's giving up 7,500 square feet. That there are a lot of people who would die for that tennis court, and it's going away. So we're meeting a couple of obligations. Now, people may not agree with me, but there's my argument.
Okay, so you are okay with putting the wetland back where they have proposed it?
Yes.
Okay. Next.
I have a problem with relocation of that driveway, because you really just,
Well, is it the relocation of the driveway and where it's going into the old wetland, or?
correct.
Yes.
And as far as I'm concerned, it should be the old wetlands that should be restored. And by this, putting the driveway through there, I just think you've got a nice secure, I mean, you've got a decent driveway now. I guess it washes out a little bit where this driveway goes into that 152 lot, and that has nothing to do with this, but it does wash out a little bit here, but not major. I mean, why would you take something that's established? As far as I'm concerned, it seems like a real good driveway. And why would you change that now, move it over into this former wetland area? You know, that's,
I assume that, I take Mike at face value that they're doing it for their own sense of privacy and aesthetics. And I'm not for it because, I'm trying to be punitive, but because of the wetland. It's not something we should allow, I don't think. I mean, we're letting them, we're telling them to correct the old tennis court, et cetera, mistake, but here, go ahead and do this, which is exactly the same thing that they did last time, except now it's called.
Well, I don't know if the tennis court was a mistake. We're saying that we're going to allow them to put the mitigation plantings for 1884 in the area where the tennis court is. You're not making any determination whether or not the tennis court
Correct.
was.
All I meant to say is, you know, they filled and paved over and everything else, wetlands before, and now if we let them move the driveway, we're letting them do another violation, exactly the one that we're.
Only permitting.
We've gotten enforcement for, which I think is
I
crazy. And
I don't agree with that assessment at all.
well, also
Apple-
the fact, I mean, it's.
let's just
Go
keep
ahead.
it one at a time, because it's
Go ahead.
Susan, poor Susan's fingers are gonna wear out here. Let's give her a break.
Okay, go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry.
I'm back to, we're here to make sure the resources are better than what they were. The applicant, in wanting to, his stated purposes for wanting to move the driveway make no sense to me. There's probably not 4 cars a day. And I understand it, but
And they're
really,
really threatening.
we have applicants come to us on a regular basis who have priorities that don't match my own thinking. And as long as they are protective of the resources, it's not me to say it's whether their thinking is right or wrong. And that's all, that's where I said.
Well, the board needs to make a determination on the wetland replication
Mark.
restoration before we can move forward.
Okay, well, my concerns, and I don't want to be punitive either, because, I mean, but we also can't fail to recognize that this is a violation that we're dealing with. So there's no kindness, and I'm going to give up my tennis court because I want to be a nice guy and I want to make a wetland. This is an enforcement. That's how much of the tennis court that is not, that he has to give the tennis court up because he has no other way to do anything.
I'm not sure that's true. If you
Get
don't let him
mitigation.
move the road, he's gonna come back with a plan that it may or may not look like what you've got.
Well, he
He
can't.
gave a proposal to us.
Okay.
If you wanna reject it, reject it.
Well, I'm gonna
You don't know what you're
read.
gonna get.
Okay. Well, I'm not for the moving of the driveway for the exact same reasons that Mary just stated, which is wetland restoration is required, not using wetland replication as a substitute. The new road would be built on filled wetlands. Those filled wetlands should be restored. So what we're saying is it's just a precedent that it's not, I never just look at this plan. I look at 10 years from now, and every time, for instance, the pool that was at Hamlin Point, if you saw who signed that and who were the board members at that time, I'm not going to say it was a setup, but it was definitely very liberal, and it did not meet our regulations. So it does happen, and when people say, oh, well, you did this or you did that, two wrongs don't make a right. And yes, we do make mistakes, we do it all the time, and we're probably gonna do it tonight. But don't continue down that path,
Don't
knowing.
knowingly get out, and I agree with that.
So that's why I can't can't agree
I agree
to-
with that.
to
Because-
let-
But when we're finished with this, whether the road is in the old position or the road is in the new position, it's a flipping road.
Yep.
And that's all it is.
Well, no,
It isn't-
because
There's nothing
one-
gonna grow on it. It
One
isn't-
is in a wetland. One is in,
It's all right, we decided that whole area of the wetland
Yes.
before somebody filled it.
but it
Get
is,
under that whole
but it's
area.
currently sitting there, not a driveway.
It's
So now we're gonna take and we're gonna fill in dense grade here, and we're gonna roll it, and we're gonna build it back up.
Impervious.
More, right.
With runoff.
I
mean,
just, that's what I'm having a problem with. This is well-developed as
I hear
far
you
as
out.
I'm concerned, the existing driveway. Now to go ahead and move it over here, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Especially since they were
And-
proposing to take the hedgerow out, which if it's a privacy issue, why are they taking
Right.
a
Right.
8-foot, 9-foot
Right.
hedgerow out?
And-
I know they're gonna
You have
plant
to look
trees
at
in
the
there and all
yeah,
that, but
you have
still.
to look at the argument of privacy versus what they're gonna do with the hedgerow.
Right.
But then, you've got all these waters out here, and I happen to be a boater, and I'm all
Yeah, what
this
kind of
area these all the time, so I just
I'm
had a
not gonna
problem
go
with
with
that.
it. I mean,
Require them
I mean,
to restore it the way it
What, restore it the way, where it was?
if we want them to restore it to the way it was, does a new plan have to be submitted? I mean, we're not asking them to start all over again, correct?
No,
No.
I mean, they would have to submit a new plan for the record
So
showing
we
the
could make
restoration.
that part of the conditions
Yes.
tonight?
yes, and the
Yeah.
findings.
Absolutely.
Right.
Okay, so my next question is, would we make a vote within the vote?
Yeah, we can do that. We can go ahead and vote for this,
Yes.
whether we want to,
The component of
to
it,
restore
correct.
back to what it originally was, the wetland, to what it originally was, and to reject the driveway, the relocation of the
We'll
driveway.
get to
Sounds like we have a
we'll
majority
get to
on
the
that.
driveway after.
You want to do that separately?
Yeah, I just want to take it very systematically so
Okay.
you guys, so we don't miss a piece, get confused or whatever.
Okay,
Okay?
okay.
So, I mean, I think you can take a vote within a vote to move your discussion forward that,
To do it as more of a restoration?
to do it as a full restoration and put the wetland back, if that's what the board wants, to put the wetland back exactly where it was, and then we can move the discussion forward and then just have the whole formal vote. at the
Okay,
meeting.
is everybody comfortable with voting on just to either accept the wetlands as proposed or to restore what was originally there?
I'm comfortable with that.
I'm comfortable with that, and I'll make a positive motion.
To,
Accept the
Is everyone
The rest-
comfortable at once? I'm
You would
sorry.
have
Yep.
to accept
hang
it.
on just a second.
Is
What do you-
everyone comfortable with voting on restoring it?
Or,
Basically, you would have to make the motion on the plan that's in front of you.
right.
correct. And that's what
So-
Mike was doing.
Yeah.
He was
and
putting a
then
positive
those
motion
who
forward.
want to vote for the plan in front of you, you put a positive, and those who don't, no. And then you can pay another motion on the floor to put the wetland back if that's how the discussion plays out.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay?
Right. So Mike has proposed.
And I'll second his motion to
Can you say it again?
say,
Oh,
Mike,
one more
And I
time.
make a motion to accept the reconstruction of the wetland as proposed.
as proposed.
and I seconded it.
Okay.
Wait a minute, is that reconstruction or?
Well, it's replication restoration.
replication.
The reconstruction.
Okay.
I'll go with
Covers
the
both.
language.
Yeah,
Let's not get bogged down in the language.
right,
Okay?
okay,
To replicate, restore
As drawn.
as drawn.
okay. So, all those in favor as drawn signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no, no.
Okay? And then you can put another motion and say you would like the wetland put back where it was.
I make a motion to restore the wetland in its original
Second.
place, location.
Okay, Susan, You good with that?
Original location?
Yes.
Mhm.
Is that okay?
And that's Maury and Jamie. Okay, so we'll take a vote on this. All those in favor of restoring to the original signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I'm with the majority. This
You're
one.
aye?
I have
Okay.
no knowledge that,
So-
you know,
Okay.
We're unanimous on that.
I'm unanimous on that.
Okay, so now, bear with me, we're just gonna step around this whole property. So now if they put the wetland back to where it originally was, they do have the ability of using that portion, Mike, of where they wanted to put the replicated wetland. They can now use that area for the 700 square foot mitigation that they could possibly use for a hedge.
That's very true.
Yeah.
I won't be surprised if you don't see something that's totally different come back.
I know.
Yeah.
He had a minor request, we've said no for good reason.
It's
I'm
okay.
on board with
And
that.
Hill might amend it.
But
Okay.
what you see come back won't look like what you got today.
No,
Oh, but
I'm
that's
not
their-
quite sure what it.
That's
it
their
was.
option. They
That's
can,
right.
they can do that. It's their right.
There we go. Go ahead, let's keep moving. though.
Okay.
Okay,
So
so
now-
now we're gonna, okay, so now the proposed let's go to the driveway. So the buffer, so we're back to the 1765 buffer for the that they wanted to put, so that has to be relocated. And the proposed driveway, this driveway cannot be constructed
No,
as
now
proposed.
that's kind of a moot point, isn't it? Okay, so do we need to vote on that, Joe?
Yeah, no, that's
just-
that's a
That's the
nature,
consequence.
that's the consequence, so we'll go over all of this afterwards.
Okay.
Okay, let's move around the property. So moving to the east, we have,
Can we stay in that area? Was there some proposal for filling in that wetland?
I think that's over,
No?
that's on the other lot, right?
no, that's on the other lot, Mike, we're gonna go like this.
All right.
We're gonna go up and around.
Right, so we're staying on 160.
We're staying on 160. So now at 160, we have the proposed pool. So there's two things that the board needs to decide with the proposed pool. Is one, does the proposed pool in the location that's shown move closer than the present primary structure, or does the board feel that the cobblestone wall the cobblestone wall on the west side of that proposed pool patio, if that actually is part of the existing primary structure? Which usually means the house. When you say existing primary structure, you mean a house. So the board needs to make a determination if that stone wall is an integral part of the foundation to the house.
My own view is that it is not, and it's a landscape feature.
I concur.
I don't know how you argue with it out of the
That's-
primary.
yeah.
I can't make, you know.
Yeah, that's a
I
stretch.
want it for the record to show that I do my best to make that happen, and I can't make it.
Okay, okay, wait a minute. Wall is part of Okay.
So is there, my thing on this is, for a compromise, would it be, I don't know how you, the rest of you would feel, but within that fenced-in area, would it be a compromise to allow him to move the pool into there?
Where?
He's saying
From
in
here
the courtyard,
into
the
here.
landscaped
This
courtyard.
whatever this is.
Yeah, right.
It's the same slippery slope.
Yeah, I
It's still a
think it-
landscape,
right.
if you're not gonna call the wall a landscape, if you're calling the
Right.
wall a landscape feature, then that landscape, terrace is a landscape feature too, it's not a primary structure,
Right,
so
it's
it's
still
still
closer
moving
than the
closer.
house.
Okay.
And also, do we need to be offering him alternatives?
No, I was just
It's just
throwing
part of
that
the
out there, that's
discussion.
all.
Okay.
I think we do owe him a clear record of why we're
Doing it.
doing it. So
Yes.
that when he understands how to move forward. So if giving suggestions as to why we object, I think helps.
Okay.
For example, we might be objecting because it's a pool in a velocity zone.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean,
So,
the findings
that's
have
not
to
the
be,
issue.
Yeah.
the findings have to be clear.
Yeah, that's all I'm coming.
Yeah, I agree.
What was the problem, your issue with the pool?
Mm-hmm.
That it's moving closer to the resource.
So basically, Jamie, because, and let me get my rights so I say this very clearly.
I don't think he can build a pool.
Where's my,
It's the only thing I thought was maybe, because it was already disturbed in there anyway.
What, over here?
Yeah.
Look at this nice little garden that he.
so basically it says for those resource areas listed in 1018, 5, 1,
Instead
and
of
2,
adding more to our, what's already.
which under 2 is land under ocean, which is what Great Harbor is considered, and also, land under ocean. Any expansion or addition of impervious surfaces, e.g. expansion of primary structures such as house or addition of accessory structures, in an A zone must not move closer to the resource area than the present primary structure, or no closer than 25 feet from the resource, whichever is furthest from the resource area. That does get relaxed in the discussions we had throughout the night. That does get relaxed in resource areas listed in 3 and 4 where you can move closer, and that's where I think Courtney and I think I did get tripped up at one point tonight, where you can move closer in with other resource areas, but salt marshes, vernal pools, land under ocean, eroding coastal banks in a velocity zone,
And therefore,
land under water bodies, which means ponds and
Land containing
lakes.
shellfish.
Those are a little bit more sensitive. So if the present primary structure, just so the record is clear, is approximately and I'm gonna give them the back part of this house, more or less 35 feet. This thing is 20 feet. So, I mean, they could possibly reconfigure the pool and actually have some room
yes, right.
to put it. Because I'm going from the back end to that closest point, which is what you always do, which is that curved end.
Mm-hmm.
So if you pull it back 35, you're right up above where that hash mark is, and they may be able to reconfigure that, and if a
Spin it
pool
this
spa
way.
is what the desire is, to do something in that area.
They could,
Yeah, they
Yeah.
could just kind of
Turn it.
turn it.
But as to your point, putting in a courtyard, that doesn't help.
Well, no, because if you're calling the landscape wall, if you're calling the wall a landscape feature and not part of the present
Maureen
primary
was-
structure,
Forward of the
Yep.
house, the primary structure.
how can you call one wall a landscape feature and then that far wall the present primary structure?
Absolutely right.
So,
For the record, plans show that the primary structure is a 2.5-story wood house that is well delineated on all plans.
Excellent.
I mean,
I will make that a
the,
finding, Mike.
The engineer reports it as that way, but I mean, who am I to say it's not?
Primary structure is a 2.5-story
More than 2.5-story wood
Wooden
wood
house
house. Got it.
shown with stippling to delineate.
Yeah, good point.
It's a good finding.
So I guess we'll have to vote on
Okay.
either to,
Deny the pool.
well, no, we'd have to put a positive motion forward,
Well,
right?
no, we'll do that at the end. I think
Oh,
you guys
okay.
are all,
You don't want to separate the pool out here also?
I don't think we need a separate vote. We
I
just
don't
needed to
think,
hash it out.
yeah, I don't think you need a separate vote
so
on
she knows
each
what to
thing.
put in the order.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll go through everything in the end, as long as you guys are in agreement with your discussion and everything.
I
You know,
think we were all unanimous on that one.
Yeah.
so,
I could make a positive motion that says that the 2.5-story wooden house is shown as the primary structure. And the whole is moving towards the resource.
yeah, I think that we can do that at the end of the, you
Yeah.
know,
Okay.
Yeah, well, that, yeah, be fine.
you know. We'll go through that. Okay, moving on, did we do the driveway yet? Yes, we did. Did we discuss, well, the driveway's consequence?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and since the other part of the buffer, the existing driveway, that 175 square feet of buffer is going to need to be relocated somewhere else on the property. Okay, moving along to $152. There's a couple of issues with not issues, but requests on property 152. One is for the reconfiguration of the existing house. They're not proposing to raise and rebuild the house anymore, but just to demo some additions on the house and reconfigure it. Correct?
Rebuild it?
No, they're not rebuilding.
They're not
They're
rebuilding
not raising and rebuilding it. Remember,
The
he
first
said
floor.
because
No,
of the,
They're gonna,
The height.
because
that
of
would
the
be
building code, they're going to take they're gonna take one section down over here and one section
To keep
down.
it under the
50%
50%.
rule.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Remember
All
they
right.
said, am I clear on
You were
that?
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think that there's any issues with redoing that.
No, because that's
I agree.
less, yeah.
Okay, so I think we're all in agreement, or you're in agreement that the reconfiguration, let's call it that, of the house reduces the impervious surface, so we're gonna be reducing the impervious surface.
Is this in the velocity zone?
Yes.
Yes.
So we're going to be leaving this wooden structure?
At 5.6 elevation. Well, the building department might not let them do it. I mean,
Yeah.
that,
But that was the whole impetus,
Wait a
because they didn't
second.
want the new structure
Wait a
towering
second, wait a
over.
second, wait a second.
I fully
Hold up,
appreciate
hold
that,
up.
but
No, it's not. Wait a minute.
I thought they said they were gonna raise it a foot, to tell you the truth, but,
where's the velocity zone?
right,
You know, the problem is,
It's
Right
not,
here.
it's
The
not in
Falmouth-
the velocity zone.
Falmouth V zone, no, the orange line, no, it's
Okay,
not.
then all right, I'm fine, all right.
No,
here.
it's not in the
Yeah,
V
yeah,
zone.
okay, I'm good.
Okay.
I think when they were talking about raising was when they proposed the studio thing
Right.
there and all that. Yeah.
right.
And when you look at architectural, we're going to look at, there, well,
Yeah, but part of this is reconfiguring the stairs They're doing the proposed one-bedrooms, their existing building to be, well, it's not
They're
to be-
removing the shed.
They're removing the shed.
They're removing a lot of the driveway and walkways.
Okay, so let's just, all right, let's go back to the seawall now on that property. And they want to reconstruct the, what is it, northeast facing seawall along Great Harbor, excuse me, along Great Harbor.
Yeah, I didn't have a problem with that.
And then they want to reconstruct the seawall down that existing right-of-way. Has anybody walked out there and looked at that wall?
Yes.
And you're comfortable with building a new wall in that area?
I am.
The right-of-way.
It's to the,
Want that whole wall all the way
I
around.
mean, there will
the
be
place.
some disturbance to the wetland in that area. That wall is going to be slightly enlarged. There's no way that it's not going to be slightly enlarged.
well, and they never, there was no top of wall elevation.
I think there is,
Is there?
actually.
Maybe it's on the big
Yeah,
plan.
I think you should look at.
Somebody asked for that.
I asked for that, and I still don't see it,
Try,
but maybe,
look at sheet number 2 of 8.
yeah?
I got.
Do you see the elevation, though?
Actually, don't see one.
I'm looking.
It just says proposed stone wall.
Okay, there's other cross sections.
All right, I'll look. Oh, maybe in the cross section, all right.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find. Okay, how about on page, yeah, I got top wall, bottom wall, on page 4 of 8, Maureen.
Okay.
I've got that for the wall along,
Oh, yeah, I see it, yep.
That's going to elevation 5.1.
3.2 and the
Yep.
5, yep, the
Yeah.
4.1.
okay, and then if you look at sheet 5 of 8, same thing, we've got top of wall all along the top there. I think that's proposed top of wall. I don't think that's, center of stone wall 3.5. I don't know what that means, center of stone wall,
Well, because they have a funny little cap on it.
yeah.
Yeah.
So are you comfortable with that?
It's quite a substantial wall.
Oh, it definitely is, it's like I said, there's gonna be.
It's gonna be like Church Street wall.
It's disturbance. It is disturbance in there, and it's definitely going to be a much more substantial structure in that wetland than what exists. There's no question about that.
You know, to be honest, I really dropped the ball on that one. I didn't, in my discussions and all our, during the hearing, I really didn't target on that for some reason,
You,
but
focus on the wall.
I didn't focus on that wall. And I know it's probably the construction access. Is that the construction access for the wall? I mean, they're gonna be
Where?
It says construction access in the
For
middle
what?
of, it's on page, sheet 2 of 8.
Hang on. Two of 8. Yeah, but that construction access already exists.
Okay.
Where it says construction
Yes,
right-of-way.
that's what I was asking,
No,
yeah.
because the right-of-way is already there.
There.
And actually, a large portion of the wall from like where Great Harbor is, down to pretty much where it says historic mean low, right? Up
Yeah.
until that area, there's actually the stone wall. And then it kind of dips down
isn't it
and
really
turns
low?
into that little
Yeah, almost like a
cobblestone,
fieldstone wall,
fieldstone wall.
not a mortared.
No.
So this has to have, I mean, I'm looking at the plan, it has pretty good sized footings. Concrete, stone and block base they're gonna put in.
It's shown over an area that was once wetland. Whether it was that filling was.
Yeah, right, yeah.
But I honestly think that's the applicant's risk. I see no objection. I think he's gonna spend a lot of money, he may not be happy, but that's his business.
What, with the wall?
Yeah. We're not here to engineer
No, just as long as he's not going, I mean, it's
I mean,
right
I don't-
on the edge of the, it's in the
Staff doesn't have
wetland.
any concern with the wall along Great Harbor in that area.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
But the one on the, wetlands, on the, I don't know, it's right in the wetland.
Oh, it is.
It's in the wetland.
Mm,
So
yeah.
again, it's, like the driveway in the wetland.
But I think you have to worry about limits of work. I think it's, all
There-
that stuff that could be conditioned, but I don't see objection.
Well, if you notice, I don't even see a limit of work there.
Hey, Jen, let me ask you a question.
You?
Do we need a vote to go past 11, or that's just, that's
No,
not us?
no. I
Midnight,
checked
okay.
with Pat about that. She goes, no.
Okay,
She goes, you could go till whenever.
Actually, we can't go past midnight. We can't stay long.
okay. Then we'll be in a
She
different
didn't
day.
think there was, but we'll be done by then.
They only
I
have a
hope so.
limit
No, that's a
of,
town meeting thing.
No, we'll stop by then.
we will.
Yeah, we
We're
will.
gonna-
Because I have another 45-minute ride home.
Right.
So the limit of work that they're showing
All
is
right,
on
which
top of the
page-
riprap.
which
We're
page are
I'm
we
still
on?
page 2 of 8.
Okay. Got it.
And it's, I mean, the salt marsh is right there. I mean, it's a really sensitive spot.
Where are you looking?
I'm looking at the salt marsh. It's, I mean, see where the, the access, the right of way,
Okay.
okay?
Where's this
ex-
limit of work?
Well, I think it's sitting right on top of the little rubble wall
All right,
there.
where's the words limit of work?
There aren't, I can't find them. If they're very little maybe, but I don't see
Hang on.
them. I see hose
Right
reel,
on
granite
top of-
step, but I do not see limit of work.
Right on top of wall.
Existing stone wall.
Okay, here we go. Try page 5 of
5 of 8. Isn't that the little teeny links? Those are the limit of work? But it doesn't
The
say.
limit of work is on the other side of the right-of-way.
Yes, it's on the salt marsh side.
It's on the salt marsh side of the
And
right-of-way.
there's no limit of work on the wetland side.
Correct.
So,
So
I
the
would
B-
like, I would make them, and there's vegetation that's gonna be removed.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he clearly shows that in almost, so if you go back to page 1.
Yeah.
Here it's a mortar portion.
You have mortared and then dry laid,
Goes dry laid,
and then it goes mortared again.
and it's
Probably so it doesn't go hydraulic.
Existing wall be upgraded and realigned along property line. Where's the property line?
Demolish and remove from landward side the mortared
Along
stone
the
wall in
right-of-way.
order to accomplish
Where's the well?
this retained fill.
This is all wetland right here. See, if you look right
Yeah,
here.
yeah,
Right.
it-
This is wetland. See, this is his property line. This is all wetland right here. And this is salt marsh here. So it's 2 walls.
Look at your construction protocol and methodology for the wall, guys.
What's that, sheet 5?
I'm looking on sheet 4 of
4.
8. Jamie, do you have your plan to do my set, or are you looking over there? He's-
Read it, saw it,
Okay. So what do you guys want to do with the wall?
I'm all, after reading this, I don't really think I want that wall.
Okay.
It is quite invasive.
But we're okay with the portion of the wall along Great Harbor?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else have strong feelings about the wall along the right-of-way?
I think it could be constructed in a manner that is not deleterious to the well, to the resource. I don't know why you'd want to do it, but I think think you can do it.
Well, I'm not seeing it on this plan,
Yeah, but
unfortunately, because there's not even a limit of work.
Well, fine, then we can say, we can put it as a condition that you have to come back with a construction methodology showing where Mark can measures to protect the,
Well, he has a methodology, he just doesn't have any protection of the resources.
we can ask for more information.
Proposed top of the new wall is to be at elevation 5.1. The existing elevation at this, where the wetlands are, is at 2.8. Averaging, I mean, it's 2.3, 2.8, 2.5. So, it's a substantial wall.
It is.
And actually, after the capstone, then it goes up to 5.1. And there's going to be stairs in it.
No, the stairs are
No,
at the
stairs on the
edge.
other side, sorry. Yep.
No, the stairs are, there are stairs, but they're on, they're in the area, like, up in the corner where Great Harbor is. At least I thought there were stairs in there. No, I'm pretty sure there were stairs in there. Hang on.
Using the hill foot with it, the whole thing is at the bottom of that section is at elevation 1.
It says install final miscellaneous utilities,
Yeah,
fences,
fences.
etc.
Yeah,
Where's that?
That's number 11 in the construction protocol and methodology.
yeah, it's the last thing on the list, I was just about to mention that.
What's fences?
That's what I'm, yeah.
Yeah, and what are the miscellaneous utilities?
And then is it
Electricity, water.
electricity, water, gas, power?
There is a pier out there, I mean, a dock out there.
Yeah.
Float.
I don't know. I think we just didn't pay enough attention to it to ask them enough questions, and maybe we could condition it.
I don't think he got into it that
I
heavy,
think we all just, we
because
didn't even
were-
notice it.
We were kind of pushing it up
staff
to
noticed it.
160.
Oh,
We went crawling around that little wetland. It's actually very pretty in there.
Coming back with looking at the details at some point with the hill effect for the wall and thinking, what a structure.
Maureen,
I
it's
mean-
the applicant's responsibility to provide you guys with the information. If he
But
didn't,
it's
you
here.
know, the information's here that they've provided you.
Yeah.
yeah, so they provided, if I had more discussion on it with them, I still probably feel the same, that unless they had,
Knowing you, Maureen, I'm
Revised
gonna
it
have
and-
to say you probably feel the same.
Where are we at?
I'm listening to you guys.
No, I mean, where are we at in this process so we can make a motion and vote up and down and say yeah.
You're not anywhere in the process. You're still discussing the top of wall as far as I'm concerned. So we've got to the top of the wall.
Then
We
can
have
we
a
just
wall
do
that's
formal
being
comment
reconstructed
and
through the
formal
wetland.
show or something that
I'm
we
not,
can-
I'm not for the wall, because it
Maury
has
obviously is not
fences
for
and
the wall.
utilities.
Mike,
and-
you think it can be
I think
conditioned,
we can
Russ?
condition.
I think we can condition it. too.
Mary?
I guess I'll accept the opinion of the two gentlemen.
Jamie?
I'm gonna-
Okay.
All right, so we'll just
So-
condition it with no fence, no utilities.
No,
Limit of
we'll-
work being installed, vegetation being restored, because they don't even tell
No,
you.
we'll ask them to come back with, for the wall along the right-of-way, we're gonna need a plan depicting where the limit of work is within the wetland area.
And how it will be restored if it's disturbed.
Because it is, a good portion of it's in the historic mean low water. I mean,
Well, the construction methodology says the work limit for
Well, if
construction is effectively limited to mean low water line.
did you see where the mean low
Guys,
water
if
line
you
is?
go, if you go onto the
right here.
if you go onto the restoration plan done by LEC, they do have plantings in that area.
They do.
Yeah, in the area along the wall, they do show wetland restoration plantings in that area.
That's that little finger, isn't it, that they plant?
No. If you go to sheet 8 of 8,
Yes, I see it now, thank you.
what?
You're punch drunk, I think.
I am? You guys are all just staring at me.
Yes, they're gonna plant marsh.
They don't have it. Yes, they do.
Marsh
It's
elder.
on page 8 of 8.
Marsh elder,
Yes.
is that what they're planting?
And we're not going to allow them to put Virginia rose in the wetlands.
No, I think that'd be a bad thing.
But they do have proposed restoration of the disturbed areas in the wetland once the wall is constructed. I can assure you of that.
What does that wetland predominantly
There's
consist
a
of now?
lot of invasives in there, but there are some marsh elders and everything
Okay,
else.
so that would be a good choice.
Yeah.
Okay. If
I'd
you're
have to
happy
go
with
back
that-
and look at the photos in my notes on that. Okay, there's one other issue on lot 152 you guys need to discuss, and that is the septic connecting the two houses. So let's all look on page 1, and we have the pump chamber.
Yeah.
And then let's go to page 7, and it shows the septic system. The septic system. The septic system plan is on page 7 of 8.
Yep. They show the deep box.
Yep.
Yep. Another pump chamber.
Yeah, but you're eliminating a cesspool. This is a ruck system, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it's a denitrifying ruck
So,
system.
I mean, that's a positive.
And they're reducing the amount of bedrooms.
Yeah,
I'm amazed they didn't put it sort of in this, well,
I don't know, where else you could have.
it really wouldn't have made any difference wherever they put it, you know, at that point.
Say that again?
It wouldn't have made a lot of difference, because if they moved it more to the,
So,
but yeah, I'm just looking at all the resources, you know, what's the closest one you want, who do you want to be closer to? Obviously not a salt marsh, so the further from a salt marsh, the better, because it does not take nitrogen. You know, maybe the swampy wetland maybe would have been better, but, I mean, it's splitting hairs, I think, if it's a denitrifying system.
yeah.
Phosphorus hurts more the freshwatery type wetlands, and that doesn't do anything for it, so.
Yeah.
What are your feelings on the septic, Jen?
I don't actually have very strong feelings on the septic either
I have-
way.
No, I don't either.
I think it's an improvement.
I do,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do too.
I think it's an improvement.
If anything, it's an improvement.
Yeah.
Can
I
we
don't
make
have,
sure that we have that health department
I
approval
want
for
to
the
say
shared
he,
system?
yes, I want to say he actually just sent me the variances from that, but I'll double
Okay,
check.
and, I mean, there's a whole state approval.
So why don't
thing
I,
having
shared
to do-
systems.
They need a legal agreement to share that system.
Because they're two different owners.
and I will say that, so we need legal agreement. And I'll
usually-
make sure that we have the variances from the Board of Health in the file prior to construction.
Right.
And George Hufelter would be right on that, because it's
Variance from
two,
Board of Health in record prior to construction.
and if not, they might get denied. I mean, there's no hardship, and that's usually when you have a
Right.
shared system, it's a hardship or topography or, and I've only seen it happen with ownership, same person owning both properties. I've never seen separate people, except for, I think in the
Wanna say
Heights.
He did send me something.
In the Heights,
so-
they did it once. Remember they went on the
I think he said he
Fusion
had
or the old casino?
Yes.
They went across the road and they had their septic on somebody else's land or something. Yeah, some weird thing. That's the only one I
Well,
can
no,
never
they
remember.
crossed the town land,
Right,
and then they went to
Through the
their
ball
own
field.
parking lot,
Yeah.
yep.
It was behind,
Yeah. The British Beer Company.
Yeah, Attorney
property.
Nyland said that the agreement has been completed, but I would like,
I
I would
think
like it in the file.
Prior to the septics being installed, we would need all that documentation.
Yeah.
Because then they are gonna have to put another
Prior
system in.
to construction and installation of system.
Well, one of the things, I don't think in Massachusetts you need a variance also for a one-bedroom. You have to design for 3 bedrooms, minimum.
Which may be the reason they're doing that.
Well, he said there was no place with suitable soils to put the new system for the 152. And they're abandoning the
Well,
old.
I don't see a perk test on that lot, so how did he know that?
Well, I think
Oh,
it's
that's
from
right.
previous.
He didn't have the perk test. That's right. I kept asking because he
Didn't have the
remembered
perk test.
from his
No, that was,
poking
that was
holes.
regarding up here.
Right.
The test pit was up here.
Yeah, but he knows all the soils there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Anyway,
Well-
I think we're in agreement. Can we keep?
Yeah, move on for the
Yes.
septic.
Okay.
The
so-
Board of Health is gonna trash him on that more than we will.
So now we're at 150, we're continuing on lot 152.
Yeah?
And now we have the issue of the filling in of wetlands, flags, 11, 12, 13, up to like 14 and
Yeah,
15.
that square.
That little square, that 830 square feet.
No.
You got it?
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
replicating it elsewhere at 830 square feet.
Where's elsewhere?
I got an easy one.
Right next to it.
Right
isn't it?
next to it.
Yeah,
This is
right
what
here.
your
For
regulations
what?
say.
You're right, the
Well,
triangle-ish
probably,
thing,
Yeah.
pie
Thi-
slice.
Yeah, this is what your regulations say as far as filling in wetlands
I
of
don't
that
understand
size. Notwithstanding the provisions of 1055-4A, which says where the presumption is set forth by 1055-3, is not overcome, any proposed work in a freshwater wetland shall not destroy or otherwise any portion of said area. So, notwithstanding that, the commission may issue a permit allowing work which results in a loss of up to 1,000 square feet of freshwater wetland when said area is replaced in accordance with the provisions of 1055-5 and the impact is both unavoidable and necessary. C, if the work is permitted under B, which means you are allowing them to do it, the new wetland must be created before the existing wetland is built, drained, or destroyed, and completion shall include at a minimum the creation of a natural wetland soil profile grading. The applicant must monitor the replicated wetland for a minimum of 3 years and submit annual monitoring reports to the commissions. And the edge of the proposed replicated wetland must be at least 100 feet from any property lines unless written permission is granted from the adjoining property owner.
So do we have written permission?
What's the wording? that gives us-
5, but see, you
Unavoidable
have to
and
do it in
necessary.
accordance with the provisions of 1055-5. Those would just still 1054-4.
So we need, the word isn't variance, we need to give at our discretion, what's the word?
The surface of the replacement area to be created shall be equal of that, of the area that will be lost, shall be approximate groundwater approximately equal to lost area, that's fine, or overall horizontal configuration and location with respect to B, that's 5, 4, 55, 4, B, they have not overcome the presumptions and it is not unavoidable
Or necessary.
or necessary.
I don't know what the difference between the two is supposed to be.
Well, I could see
Okay.
if they had to put a septic component and they had, and there was no other place on the lot. I can see that.
I can see it.
What, the septic, there's
Well, if
no
they had
other,
to
there's
get,
no
if
other
they,
place?
if they had no other place and that, they had to strip that out because
Oh,
it's,
yeah.
I could see that.
Well,
but-
they have, honestly, they have this little area that says garden.
Yep.
Yeah.
Why can't they just park there?
Because they want ornamentals in that little thing.
Okay. So,
All right.
let's go back around.
So where are we at?
I think we're done with our loop around the property, so we're gonna rehash this, okay, guys? So you're
Okay.
very clear.
Okay.
We're gonna go back to the beginning. We're gonna make findings on 160 for the compliance for 225-1884. We're going to allow the buffer mitigations to be relocated from the proposed location along the seawall of Great Harbor between the lot line of 152 and the driveway turnaround to be relocated in the area of the proposed tennis court as depicted on the
Existing
plan, existing tennis court as depicted on the plan, with the addition of 700 square feet to mitigate for the removal of the proposed hedgerow, and they're going to need to submit a revised plan showing an additional 1,765 square feet, which was originally proposed where the existing driveway is. And that will cover the requirement for 25-18-1885. Once those plants are in the ground, the commission then the applicant can request a second request for a certificate of compliance, and the commission can issue compliance on 1885 when those plants are in the ground. Okay. Following up with that, we're going to switch bearberry for a mix of other indigenous plants on that list. 2, for the wetland compliance on the wetland portion of the project. The board would like to see the wetland placed back in its original location as depicted on the LEC plan from 1995, but don't quote me on that, I'll get the date on that, and as depicted on this plan of reference. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Moving along to 160. Oh, and along with that, no Virginia rose in the wetland area. But then they can possibly, if they're creative, use part of that area that they were going to use for the wetland as part of, to put the 700 and maybe the 1765. So they have some room to work in there. Moving along with the proposed pool, and we'll make the finding, are there any findings you want to make with the wetland restoration?
Are we going to put a time frame on it?
Well, we will
Okay.
at the end, but
Okay.
we'll make appropriate findings that the wetland is better off being restored in its original location.
Even there anyway. Oh,
Okay. The pool, unfortunately, is moving closer than the present primary structure, which is defined as, in a finding as a 2.5-story wood house shown with stippling. You're considering the walls around the courtyard area to be landscape features and not part of the present primary structure or an integral part of the existing foundation. Therefore, the house is not in compliance with 1018-7E1.
The pool.
The pool, I'm sorry. Thank you, Susan. There, I'm becoming punch drunk.
you all are.
Moving along to 152 Penzance. The commission finds that reconfiguring the house at 152 and removing the shed and some of the walkways is a reduction in impervious surface. You guys, the seawall along Great Harbor is in need of repair, so will repair that. The wall along the right-of-way, you would like a plan depicting the limit of work to be established in the wetland area of that proposed part of the project. You are making the findings that the D-Night and RUC system.
Oh, also on the wall, Jen.
Yep.
No utilities.
No utilities going out to the dock?
No. When we say that, they want,
Do
he
they
wanted
have
utilities
existing
in that wall,
utility?
didn't he?
It's in that note.
It's in the-
that
it's
note
number
11 of
11.
the methodology.
But I
In the
thought the
methodology.
utilities were in the right-of-way.
Well, it's the way it states, it's very strange.
Yeah.
It's number 11, kind of just throws in a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Oh, by the way.
Yeah.
A miscellaneous fence.
Yeah,
and it's
install
like-
final miscellaneous utilities, fences, et cetera,
Yeah.
et
Yeah.
cetera.
Okay,
Right, I mean, that's kind of open-ended.
no
How about none of number 11?
Yeah.
utilities
Perfect.
Just strike number 11
or
from the plan.
fences.
Are we
And,
telling them they can't have utilities out to that?
well, that's not what he's
Well,
saying. He
how
might
about
already have
defining it,
utilities
Mike?
out there.
That's where you define it, but there's already electricity out there.
Yeah.
As I remember it, I was stood there in the
Yes,
box
the-
out there. There is
Yeah.
electricity out there, no, we're not.
I understand that, but what he is saying, which,
If you read that number 11.
that's already
it's-
existing, so
Yeah.
that's already there. We
can't
can't
touch
take it
it.
away from them.
No. But look at number 11.
Install final
Where
miscellaneous.
is it here?
It's on page 4 of 8.
It's 8 of 8, I'm sorry.
We're gonna strike plan.
Strike
11
number
on
11.
page 4 of 8 that identifies the installation of miscellaneous utilities and fences,
Et cetera.
et cetera.
Strike number 11.
Because they're not even saying that it's for
From
the dock.
construction methodology.
Yeah, strike
And
number
that
11
would
from
be
the
under a dock
construction
license
methodology.
anyway. And actually, I was just looking at their old chapter 91 license.
So that takes care of the utilities.
And it's really strange, because the elevations are totally different. The mean high
Yeah, I
water,
just,
You know, if that has them innocent intent, he can just come back.
it was
and
never,
get
it's
them.
never an innocent intent.
Okay, guys, focus.
Mean high water on one plan is at 1.8, and mean high water is .03.
And I'll come up with
0.3.
appropriate findings for each of these for you, okay? Just everyone nod in agreement on
Why
that.
would that happen?
Thank you.
Why would you have two
Okay.
different mean high waters? 1.8 and 0.3. Yeah, I'm sure.
1.5, different datums, I bet.
Okay, thank you.
Different datums.
They did a perk test in 1997, I have it written
No, no,
on
this
the
is
plan.
the mean high water.
NGVD.
okay, so we're going to the septic, Jen.
Okay, now we're going, well, no, because we need a plan depicting the wetland area limit of work. So we need a plan depicting the limit of work within the
Benchmark.
Wetland area,
wall.
basically south of the wall on the right of way. And I could have sworn I had seen one, but I can't find it. So if it is on the plan somewhere, then, no, I don't see it.
What was that?
He can just point it out to you.
Yeah, you can just point it out to me, but I really don't see it.
What's this?
Right, at the limited one.
The limit of work within, in the wetland
right of way?
south of the right of way.
That is on page,
The limit of work, no, south of the wall on the right of way.
no, it's not there.
Yeah,
There is
okay,
none.
okay. And then for the D-Night system, you want some findings regarding the reduction of nitrogen. It's a D-Night, it's a benefit, and you want the variance from the Board of Health in the record and the legal agreement to connect the two properties in the record prior to the installation of the septic. Correct?
Correct.
The driveway basically will make some findings and special conditions that it cannot be done because it's a moot point now because the
Because
wetland
of the
needs
wet-
to go back where it was, so wait a minute. Driveway. Moot. Okay, and then 152. there's no filling of the little 830 square feet of wetland because it is not unavoidable and not deemed necessary to the project. The applicant has not made the case that it is an unavoidable impact or necessary to the overall project. Okay, are we comfortable with your discussion with the various findings that will create from the record supporting each one of these discussions that you've had?
I think,
Anything else you want to add? Are you clear with what you're doing? Okay.
I just had one last question, I'm sorry.
Sure.
On page 5 of 8, they show the top of wall at
All
5.
right, hang on. 5 of 8.
They just show the top of the wall at 5.1 elevation.
You
But
guys,
then-
you're
but
like,
then on
oh
the-
wow, look, page 5 of 8. What, the wall?
And then they keep, but then the wall on the showing it as an aerial, looking down on it.
Okay, all right,
There-
so wait, all right, talk to me more, hang on. So where's your 5.8? Where are you going with that?
All right,
Where am I
5.8
finding
is the
that?
very top, section B of B.
B
They
of
show
B.
the top of wall at 5.1.
Got it,
Capstone set at 5.1.
got it.
All right, but then you go down to the other picture, that's the aerial looking down on it.
Plan view.
Yep, and you go to the B of B. And the elevation of the wall, the top of the wall on that, it runs,
From 4.2
Yeah.
to 2.8
yeah,
to 2.7, 2.7.
and nowhere are they, is it 5.1? Is that nothing to worry about? I don't know if it's a concern.
I want to say, okay, Maury, so follow me on this. So top of wall 4.2, his little arrow is pointing to the new wall, to the old wall. So
Okay,
you have to look at it, not only are they
Okay, I
increasing the
see.
height of the wall,
The
they're
little
increasing the width
width
of the wall.
they're doubling it.
So basically, the wall that has the hashed marks
Yep.
is the new wall,
wall.
and all of those little
Little
3.3s,
thingies are their old
4.2s
one stony rubber.
are hitting the actual wall that's out there. Do you
Yeah.
follow what I'm saying?
Yes,
So they are increasing the height
And they are
of this
removing
wall
a
and
lot
the
of
width of the
vegetation.
wall.
and they're removing all that vegetation that's behind where it says B, section BB. If you look to your left of BB, where it says dry laid wall, which is the old wall, if you look there, that's all the little curlicue stuff, that's all the vegetation they're taking out for that wall, right?
Wait, edge of clearing 10-foot right of way.
to the west, you're looking east on the cross section.
No, I know. I'm looking
This
at-
one right here.
Wait a minute. Wait,
See right here? This is all, underneath the hash marks is
Oh,
all
yeah.
vegetation.
yeah,
So what's going on with all the vegetation?
all this stuff?
Yeah. It's all gonna go away?
Yes.
So it's wetland vegetation, okay.
And that's why they're proposing.
Putting a little bit of the
proposing
sedge
a
on the
little
other
bit
side.
of
Okay, I'm all
buffer.
set. Sorry, guys.
That's okay.
No,
It's
that's
just, you
okay.
know, if, sometimes
Because they
you
are
just put little things in
proposing,
there.
let me write that. They are proposing, where's my wall notes? Hang on.
It's a huge wall.
Oh, it's a big wall.
It's a very big wall.
If you guys actually saw the little wall that's out there, it's kind of
It's like a little cobble wall.
it's not even a wall.
It's
like
stones.
stones.
I'm still.
Like I like wall.
Well, the
Okay.
thing is
Now.
they stop water from leaving.
Okay. I need a motion on this, guys.
Make a motion to
Approve as discussed.
approve as discussed in excruciating detail.
Thank you.
As notated by Ms. McKay.
Second.
Any other discussion on this?
No. We'll leave out excruciating.
Hearing
Painful?
none, I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. abstention, well, whatever.
Move to adjourn.
Unanimous,
No,
so
you can't
moved.
move to adjourn, you have one more item. So you have to vote certificates of compliance and compliance on the enforcement order for 160 Penzance Road and one.
Do that.
So
until it's
basically,
done.
the staff is recommending non-compliance on both issues at this time until the plants go into the ground, and then the applicant can return with a second request for a certificate of compliance for DEP 1885 and compliance on the wetland restoration, and we'll go out and evaluate it.
So moved.
Second.
How about that?
Don't, hang on, Susan.
Wait a minute.
All right.
First of all, is it the same form, Mike?
Yes, same thing.
Go ahead. Wait a minute, who's moving this?
Okay.
I
the-
moved what
No,
Jen
no, no.
said.
Basically, they're moving non-compliance on DEP 1885. It's okay, don't worry about it.
I gotta work in a couple hours.
Thank God I didn't.
To issue non-compliant for DEP 1885, 85, 25/1885, and the wetland, and the enforcement order until such time when the plantings are approved. No, the plantings approved under, Mr. Chairman, can you get me the DEP number for this?
This is not the right thing.
We'll get the DEP number for the project we just discussed. Are
18,
installed. What?
DEP number for 160.
No, the new DEP number for 160.
160.
Okay, tell me what else.
So we have, are installed under, approved under, are installed.
Yeah.
Plantings are installed. Says when the plantings,
You have when the plantings are approved.
no, are, the plantings approved under
Yeah, it is.
DEP.
Jen.
The plantings approved under DEP.
Here comes the number.
Yes, 4116. We'll double check this number to make sure it's accurate.
We're
Are
not adjourned. I was
installed.
thinking we
No, we're
adjourned, but
not.
we're not
You
adjourned.
still gotta vote for the,
Installed.
You got are approved and are installed.
Well, we're gonna put such time when the plantings approved under, are installed.
Okay.
At that time, the applicant can submit a second request for a certificate of compliance and compliance on the enforcement order, and the board can,
I pretty much saw this one coming.
I did too, it was just I could see it from.
discuss,
I knew Hamlin
for lack of a better.
for an hour.
How about that?
Good.
Who seconded? I'm sorry.
I did.
Maury. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Who did
Oh.
that one? Mary, I know you moved to adjourn, right?
Yes, move to adjourn.
But you also moved the.
I moved
I know.
the,
Who moved to
the order.
Who seconded?
Maury
Maury.
did.
And then,
No, to adjourn.
Oh.
I seconded adjourning.
Oh, okay.
yeah, so double.
I
Meeting adjourned.
We were repetitious.